Good morning, Mega. It is good to see
Morning.
all of your smiling faces. All of you deer in the headlights. What have I gotten myself into? Faces on looks on your faces? All right. I'm excited to be here. I hope that each of you are excited to be here. I know that we still have a few people logging in. We are going to turn up the volume today because we are going to be making some more calls. We are going to be doing some role playing. We're going to be doing some of the script practice together because the days of us leaving business and our spheres and our friends to transact with other people is over, is it not? We're not going to let that happen because we have learned that if we want the business, we have to ask for it. If we want the business, every single person that we know must know that you're a real estate agent and build upon the relationships that you have, a referral-based business that will help you thrive forever. And that we must, every single day, focus on at least a couple hours of which task?
Prospecting.
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 Because we are all what?
Realtors.
Real estate agents.
Sales agents,
Sales
salespeople.
agents.
Salespeople. Because we're a salesperson. And what does salespeople do?
Sell.
Prospect.
Prospect.
Sales.
Relentless prospect.
And what do we sell?
Ourselves.
Ourselves.
Services.
Our services.
Brokerage services. And should we not be super excited? Shouldn't we know? I mean, shouldn't a salesperson be really good at selling their product?
Yes.
We don't sell houses. We sell a service. And in order for us to sell the service, what first has to happen?
Correct.
We got to learn our scripts.
Oh.
We got to know our value and we got to learn our scripts. Then
That's
we
what
can
I was
sell them.
going to say. We need to know our values so that we can come across confident in our scripts of selling our services.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. And once all that happens, then we go out and we get lots of representation agreements signed and we are just become a master apex salesperson that gets to do what we love, which is go show homes and help people with real estate and do all of this amazing real estate service gig that we all have. You all said how much you love it. We all got into this gig because it is a fun business to be in, constant learning, great reward, great income, but it all falls flat when we don't have anyone to help. Let's rewind the clock a little bit. How many of you watched the Kobe video? Okay, I saw quite a bit of comments that were in the Teams chat. Thank you. Who would like to share a big takeaway that you got from it? Sharon, and then Jeanette.
My biggest takeaway from the Kobe Bryant connected with me on a level I didn't expect. When I considered becoming a real estate agent, it started many years ago, and I honed my craft before I ever stepped into a classroom. And I believe the main reason why I did that was because I wanted to be very good at it. And so I don't have to strengthen my hands. I don't have to, jump higher than everybody else, but I do have to reach into my customer base and I do have to reach for those clients. And so it touched me in a way I didn't expect.
We have to strengthen our mind and practice our scripts, and we have to get the how we get more technical is how we overcome objections and how we approach phone calls. Everything from the inflection on our voice is how we say hello to all the rest of the stuff. Thank you, Sharon, Jeanette, Birdie, and then Sherry Autry.
Good morning. What I got about it is to be on set So these couple of days,
Love that.
I've locked the door, I've done my calls, and if the doorbell rings, I don't answer it. If so, I'm on it. When I'm prospecting, don't bother me. If nothing's gonna happen in 30 minutes, an hour and if it does, contact someone else because I'm upset. I'm prospecting. That's what I got out of it.
Maybe one of the very favorite things I've ever heard out of the last 18 mega classes regarding our power hour is I'm on set. That paints such a beautiful, perfect picture. I'm on set. That is very powerful, Jeanette. I'm adding that to Mega. You just added. I'm going to borrow that for future Megas. Birdie.
What I got out of that video was mainly just like the mental block he talked about, if you say, I can't do it, it automatically puts up that block in your head of like, okay, now I need to get over the hurdle of, you know, I guess confidence of being able to do it. And then I need to figure out how rather than just saying, oh, how do I do that? Or I don't know, I don't know how because that word, don't know how, opens your brain to creativity. You could think about you don't have a hurdle to jump over to get that confidence to figure it out. So it's just like that little switch of word that really stood out to me because it's true. I mean, I say I don't know or like I can't do it rather than I don't know how. I say that all the time. So
Okay. Thank you, Sherry. And right now we're reaching back to class one. We're not even reaching into class two. We're going all the way back. Sherry.
Good morning. Yeah, the big thing that hit me was how non-negotiable he was with himself. I am the most skilled negotiator with myself. I can overcome any objection on a daily basis on something that I do not want to do. And it really resonated with me how non-negotiable he was with his goals, with what he was doing. And the second thing was I have, on a personal note, had a challenge explaining to people when I am in the cage. Don't come into my office. Don't talk to me. It's not about you. This is my time. So it gave me a way to articulate that, maybe in a better way that other people will be able to understand, whether it's spouse or kids or friends. Um, because I have in the past probably not come across very empathetically when I get interrupted by a loving person. So to set the stage, I think that'll be very helpful.
Oh, we all have to remember. We all remember. God bless our spouses and our families. God bless the family and spouse of a real estate agent. Let's just say that we bring a lot to our families with this profession. We need our village and thank God for their patience because having that support behind us is so important. I 100% agree. All right, so let's reach into last week a little bit. Vanessa Van Edwards, how has how has bringing her into your life and into your business and listening to her, how has that impacted you? Usually, Vanessa Van Edwards is one of the most impactful parts of Mega, turning light bulbs on that people have not even put any thought into. Amrit.
Morning, Jack. Vanessa Van Edwards brings to the point that you need to have your conversations with intention and know what it is, the outcome that you want when you're talking to somebody. Also, this ties into something else that was said by Simon Sinek, let people speak. Me personally, I have this really bad habit of, framing an answer just because I want to respond. And sometimes it doesn't need to be that, and let that person get out what it is. And also with body language cues and how instead of asking boring, questions like you need to ask questions people that's gonna cause them to give you a response that's going to have them have a dopamine rush so that you become memorable and stick in their memory forever. So that anytime they have a happy moment in regards to real estate, you're the first person that pops back in their head. So,
Thank you, Emrit. A good example of this is what reaction, and really think about this because this is profound. What reaction do you want people to have when they look down on their cell phone and they see you calling? How many of you have those spheres in life and you look down your phone, you're like, oh no, 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 I don't have time for this right now. Versus, oh my gosh, that you make space for them. I don't care what's going on, everyone leave me alone. I'm so excited to take this call. Um, what do you want people, and how do you want people to react when they see you calling them? Renee, I know you had your hand up. I'm very excited to hear from you too.
So I'm just going to answer kind of what you just asked. I want people to be happy when they see my number pop up. I want people to smile when they see my number pop up because I'm a likable, relatable person, and I don't want them to have the reaction I've had over only a small handful of clients in my past, where if I see their number pop up, I'm like, oh, heck no. In other words, that I will not say on this camera, but I'm like, oh, heck no. So I want people to not have the, oh, heck no. Why is she calling me? Why is she trying to, ask me for business? When they could be like, oh, she's checking in to see how my family is. She's checking in because she actually wants to know what I'm up to. So, likability equals happiness equals people who are happy to see your name.
Which becomes a magnet, a
Yes.
people magnet, an attractor. We can repel people or we can attract people, and by being happy, grateful, and thankful, we attract people. Thank you, Renee. Your mindset, our mindset as a salesperson, dictates our future, dictates our success, and dictates our income. Beautiful. Raul, you're up.
Good morning, everybody. I would like people to think that I'm reliable when they look at my contact. I would like them to think that if they have a question or if they have a task that needs to be done, that I can get it and they have no question that I'm going to get it done.
Well, I hope they don't think of you as a washing machine or something like that, like an appliance that's reliable, because you're so much more than reliable. So I'm going to challenge you to up your game on that one because you are friendly and likable and genuine and personable, and there's a lot more than reliable. But um, reliability is important. I will give you that. Thank you, Raul. Sherry.
Yes, the likable people like people. When I was watching that last night, I had to absolutely stop it. I was watching it with my husband, and we discussed that because it's so easy for me personally, human nature, to pick out the flaws in other people. And so I said to him, we saw it when we were watching the video the other day. Naturally, we started picking out the flaws in that guy who was standing there like that. Um, that's naturally, I think, what we're trying to do with news and social media, all that stuff. And I said a new standard would be if it's a red flag or something that causes somebody to be not trustworthy, those are things to maybe pay attention to. But all the other little character defects, those come through when we notice those in other people. And the emotion, how she said emotion transfers. If I'm sitting there thinking about something negative in somebody that is not a deal breaker, that's going to transfer through and make me less likable because those emotions come through. So it was a good eye opener for me. Reminder.
Something that I try to employ, and I hear my inside voice says this at least 3 to 5 times a day. At least 3 to 5 times a day. Give the person the benefit of the doubt. I keep telling myself that over and over and over again because we can make a knee-jerk reaction based on something that's happened or something else, a trigger word that we heard or a vibe that we got. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Don't just throw them in a box and say, okay, they look and sound and feel like this. We're going to throw them in this box and now this is how we're going to feel about them. Okay, Vanessa Van Edwards, really powerful. How are we going to say hello one-dimensionally on the phone? And does it matter? Clearly it does, because people can like you a little, not like you at all, or like you based on just how you said hello. Friendly. People want to work with people who are going to make our lives and make us feel better. And we're going to have a village. You've got the neighboring village and you've got your village. And your sphere is part of your village. And how do you treat your village? You treat your village like a we. And we use inclusive language like an us and a we. And we're grateful and we're thankful and we work with each other and support each other. And we use that kind of language when we're on the phone. And you can even talk to your spheres and say that, I really appreciate that you're part of my village. And when you talk to them about village mentality like that, I appreciate you as, you're part of my village. That makes people really feel warm. Like, oh, that's cool. That's how this person views me. There's a statistic out there that men over the age of 40 have less than 3 friends and sometimes only one. And village is a big deal. And when people call and use that kind of language, it just goes to help people have a more healthy mindset. You are a real estate agent and you need your village. We're going to talk a lot about village today. We're going to talk about the village mindset and how we can approach some of these calls. And this is not just crafting a sentence. We're gonna actually employ this stuff. Grateful, thankful, and genuinely, what can you do to help them as well? Simon Sinek, um, Vanessa Van Edwards' Tech Talk, her How to Talk with Anyone with Ease, the vocal first impression, the elevator speech of hers, the positively positive, which said, gush, don't gossip, always be talking uh, positively about people. If you have something uh, that is negative, the very best thing you could possibly do is keep that to yourself. Um, and the halo effect when you talk good about people makes you look good. And when you talk bad about people, it makes you look bad. Because the interesting thing is studies have proven that you're the one sharing the story, you're the one introducing that negative concept to them. So the person has no chance but to wrap you in that same feeling because you're the deliverer of that message. So the more you speak positively about people, the more people associate you with positivity and happiness and gratefulness. So I know that we had some homework, didn't we? We had to watch a few videos, we had to make some phone calls, we need to go to the Mega Mini yesterday and work on your mission statements and put some concentrated thought into our why. Because if we don't know our why, we have no idea the how. Let's talk for a minute about the homework, the phone calls. How many of you have been able to consistently put in at least 10 phone calls a day? Thank you. It's the most important thing that you can do. If a distraction gets in the way, we're in character, we are in the zone, we're in the cage. If we have a choice between making 10 calls and watching a video, we know that we can't make the calls at 11 o'clock at night, but we can watch the videos. So your time and your prioritization of these things, the number one thing is the calls. Because my goal for each of you is that you come out of Mega with more transactions in the pipeline than not only that you've ever had, but came from the work that you're putting in right now. because this is not just classroom stuff. This is real world stuff. Let's come together, have a conversation, learn some scripts, and then immediately go and apply those. And then bring back to class things that didn't work and then go apply them. And that's exactly what the Mega Minis are for as well. So let's talk about, let's hear from a couple of people who have had some success stories, either from our ISA department, from making your sphere calls, appointment setting, representation agreements. Who would like to share? Raul. Jeanette, you're next.
So I've been making a lot of calls lately, and even though that some of the prospects have already found places, I've had multiple people already refer me out and post my link on their social medias, and they send me proof, so that's been good. I've also been reaching out to my sphere, and my sphere contains a lot of active duty members of the military right now. Some are in the Marines, some are in the Army, and they're really pushing my V card out to all the service members moving around. So I'm hopefully looking forward to getting more referrals in from them.
The work that you're putting in now is actually going to make that materialize. Good job, Raul. All right. I want to hear from you. I want to hear about business that you're getting from these amazing conversations that you're having. And hopefully they're fun conversations. They might be a little nerve-wracking getting them into, but afterwards it's usually a pretty good feeling like, okay, that was a good conversation. Jeanette, Anna, and then Karen, and then Renee.
Good morning. Yesterday I made a call. So I've been making the calls from the grabbers because there's a lot of leads there that are just opportunities to grab. And this lady automatically said, no, we thought of listing our house, but we don't know. We're not doing it anymore. And I was like, well, why? And my whys came a long way. And I ended up catching her interest. And then she made the appointment after she told me because I called her because it was a buyer's lead. And of course, I called her, I introduced myself. The communication at the very beginning was not so great because she was driving. And she said, no, we thought of buying, but we were going to sell our house in Round Rock and we're not doing it anymore. And with all these whys that I was asking, I got an appointment. I got an appointment for next Tuesday at 6 o'clock to walk her house and see why she chose not to sell her house anymore. Maybe someone told her that it was a bad market, or I'm not sure. I didn't ask. I made the appointment, and it was a very, very nice conversation.
Amazing, Jeanette. That's exactly what we do. They have a need, we set an appointment, and we go figure it out. Good job. That would never have happened before had you not dug in, asked some questions. You'll see that it actually is going to open so many more doors for you. So many doors are closed when you don't ask why. Anna.
Hey, good morning. So I've been calling the grabber and my sphere, and I finally got through to people. I've been having a little bit of frustration with the grabber, even though I know it's a numbers game. But I finally got through to two people. Unfortunately, I did have to pass them both off because they weren't my area. Um, Ironically, they had both moved from Austin to San Antonio. But that was just really motivating to me to realize, like, okay, people do answer, they do want to talk to us. So I'm excited to keep doing that. And then also with my sphere, I, like a lot of people, was very much coming into this being like, there's other ways to get business. I don't need to call the people that make me uncomfortable to call. And I started reaching out to people from past jobs. I work in tech sales, so I have a huge network. And every single one of them was so nice and was like, oh my gosh, we'll pass your name to everyone. Um, so nothing yet, but I just want to say, like, in 1 week, you really completely changed my mindset. And I'm excited to keep reaching out to these people because I know that eventually someone will have a lead for me.
Yep. And remember, each one of these people will have a lead for you at some point over the next 12 months. And
Mhm.
so 3 calls a year will generate that lead. So you're in the beginning stages of creating a referral-based business for yourself that's going to completely change your income forever. That is a very exciting thing for me to watch. Good job. Karen, Renee, Veronica, and Amrit. Karen, you're up. Hi.
Hi. Um, I am an introvert, so I've been here 10 years and I don't know anyone here. So I like, what am I gonna do? Because Jack say we have to make calls. I know a lot of people in Florida because I was a cosmetology work for myself. So I said, okay, I'm gonna call my clients in Florida. And I got two people who are interested in investing here. So like they said yes, one need one close to a college where she can buy at least a 5 bedroom house near a college, and the other one need a home to just for visit. So those were my leads.
That's really great, Karen.
Thank
And
you.
how did it feel having conversations with people and just getting reacquainted with them and checking in with them?
It feels weird because I don't do that. It's not that I don't check in with people, but I don't really call people like that. So it was kind of it was out of my comfort zone for sure, but it felt good. It felt good.
Out of our comfort zone is exactly where growth begins.
Yes.
I love it. Thank you for sharing. Renee.
You've known me for many years, and
Yeah.
you know I used to be a lot more outgoing than I've been the last couple of years since I got my head injury. So making these calls has been out of my comfort zone because I stutter now and I get afraid of people judging how I sound. Sorry, I don't mean to get emotional, but I get afraid of being judged. So it's been out of my comfort zone to do it. And while I haven't gotten a solid lead yet, several people have said they will tell people who I am and refer me. So I've been dropping my V card in text as soon as I wrap up. I send a text that includes my V card. So hopefully that'll push some business along and I'll get out of this headspace I've been in, but it is hard for me. So I'm trying very hard.
I appreciate your efforts. There's a lot of people who are going through a lot of different things post-COVID. We're a, we're a different society post-COVID than we were pre-COVID. And there's a lot of people who needs to reforge relationships because some of us came out of COVID and we never reestablished relationships with the periphery people, and we need to reforge those. And so I know you've got some personal stuff going on, Renee, that we are not gonna we're not gonna leave that alone. We are going to reforge those connections with people who know, love, and trust you and want to hear from you. And we're going to throw that fear out the window because they're excited to hear from you. Good job, Renee. Veronica, and then Amrit.
Good morning, everyone. So Karen, I felt you on the being an extreme introvert. And Renee, I hear you on the stuttering. I stutter a lot too, but I just want you to smile when you do that and turn that into extreme. But Jack, to answer your question, I didn't make 10 phone calls, but I made five. And I made three of them to the individuals that I leased up to, and I attempted to lease up one, but she kind of changed her mind and said, I really think I want to work on buying. And out of that, I got two potential prospects uh, who are looking to lease up in the very near future. So um, calling that sphere does help, and even though it's scary because you haven't talked to people in a really long time and you feel like you're using them when you do call them because you haven't spoken to them, those people were happy to hear from you. So it helped.
Time well spent. Thank you for sharing, Veronica, and good job on making your calls. Amrit.
Here's about 30, 40 calls on this piece of paper right here. And that's not the best part. Best part is that before a lot of these people told me, we have bought or we have leased. I dug in, okay, who'd you go with? Why didn't you choose us? What can we do different? Can you give me any referrals? Is there anybody else who can use my services? And then I had a distress call on when on with one of the clients, and her world was falling apart. Unfortunately, she was having a very bad day. Car repairs, getting eviction right around the corner in like the next couple of days. Usually, I would have hung up, said sorry, have a wish I could done something to help you. This was a 20-minute long conversation, which actually ended up in me sending her some apartment options, even though she's in San Antonio. I was like, I'll get you somebody to help in San Antonio. She said, no, my daughter lives in Leanne. I said, okay, well, tell me more. And she's like, yeah, she lives next to that, HEB on one, somewhere over there. I said, okay, well, I'll send you some apartment complexes and I'll follow up with you. On the follow up, she was, things had gotten better for her and she was more receptive, and hopefully she was going to come find an apartment here. So yeah, calls are very powerful.
Thank you for sharing, Amrit.
Yes.
Okay, we are just beginning day 3 of our first week, and we are seeing just how different a real estate salesperson looks like than what we thought, and maybe even different than what we've been practicing. Sometimes we get into something and we become such an operator of our business, and we become such an administrator and an admin of our business that we completely lose sight of the salesperson. And in order for us to be a good manager for ourselves and to allow us to have time to operate our business, but not be primarily an operator, secondary operator, with the hope of finding an assistant and offboarding that operator out of our lives so that we have an admin that's working for us and that we are a leader of our business and that we have to hold ourselves accountable for being the salesperson, and that we need to lead our days with the salesperson. In order to do that, we need to start our day with the right mindset. We need to take care of our bodies, take care of our mind, take care of our relationships, be conscious about how we treat others and uh, how we are following up with people and what we're saying and what we're remembering on the next phone call. They're going to share stuff with us, and we need to have the space to remember all of that. So you need to be using your CRM and putting in notes, having the recorded calls, and let your village get better and bigger, and do your best to help, because we need people to help us along the way on certain things. And people are going to naturally want to help you. And oftentimes they're going to want to help you based on how they think you need help. And maybe that's not what you need. And when we let people know what it is that we do need, we get that help. And then we can ask them what they need and let them tell us how they need help so that we can help them with what they need, and not making an assumption of what they need and not letting them make an assumption of what we need, because we need to help each other. That's the only way the world works. We all have to help each other along. And the more you're able to articulate what you need and allow yourself to ask them what they need, all of that starts rolling with a much easier flow, and your business becomes easier. Veronica, I saw your hand pop up.
No, that was accident. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no problem. All right. So we're going to jump into module 3. Today is relentless prospecting. So day 1 was mindset last Monday. How much opportunity really exists? Is there really this much opportunity, or is all of the business already spoken for? And what we took away from it is that more than 50% of agents don't last. In fact, about 65% of agents don't last past 5 years, which means all those transactions that they did and the relationships they had with their people, likely they never called again. 85%, I would just say that 95% of agents don't follow up at all because it's the 5% that are doing 95% who are making the calls and keeping up with their spheres. So that means that 95% of agents are not keeping up with their people. A year, 5 years later, they don't remember them. They're probably not in the business. And we have hundreds of millions of dollars worth of closings. In fact, billions of dollars in commissions across the entire state. 300 million in a quarter. So knowing just how many sales are happening and how much opportunity there is, especially in a state like Texas where people are moving here, it doesn't matter what the market is because you can't close 30,000 transactions a year. That's crazy talk. You're trying to close 100. And regardless of how bad things get, regardless of how good things get, you're going to be capped at how many transactions you can actually do. And so you insulate yourself with your spheres and you're able to close your 30, 50 to 100 transactions by putting yourself in that 5% that's having a conversation with everyone and sharing in that 95% pool. That is what is going to transform your business. Then on Tuesday's class, we jumped into power starting your business, and that has more to do with how you show up. How you show up to your phone calls, how you prepare yourself for your business, your mission statement, your scripts, your phone calls, and the energy that you bring to everything. Gratefulness and thankfulness. And that is deserving of an entire day of concentrated thought. More than anything, because how you prepare yourself for those calls really are going to dictate the outcome of it, the success of it, and knowing just how important you building a referral-based business based on your spheres, how critically important that is, that takes time and thought in your business and through salesperson training, what a mistake it would be not to spend time on that one thing and watch some powerful videos that's going to stick with us through the test of time so that we get this right. Because I can promise you, if you're working at Dell and you're on the call center, you're going to have some serious training about how you approach the phone calls or whatever sales you're in. You will get sales training on how to approach selling the product, and knowing that you're the product could be the most uncomfortable thing anyone could sell. So we need to get good at it. We need to be less shy about it. We need to know our value and be proud of what we bring to the table, and then put some thought into how we're doing that. Now, today is about relentless prospecting. Today is we know the opportunity. We're standing on that new foundation. It's there. We're going to take that for granted and we're going to move forward. We know how to prepare ourselves for the conversations. We know how to show up, stand tall, dress properly, right inflection in our tone, grateful, positive, thankful. Um, and now today is about actually going and pushing that call button and getting the results. Today is about putting the first hat on in our business, which is relentless prospecting. Um, Lisa, at first break, I want to do points if that's okay. Good.
Yes, and can you please co-host me? I don't know why, but it's not and I am in my own thing, so at first break. Okay, we'll do.
Okay. How many of you call yourself a realtor as part of your normal everyday vocabulary? I know that we have a tendency to do that. Is that the right word? Is that what we should be calling us? Have we ever actually even put thought into it? There is about a 30-minute segue on Monday that we're going to talk about this word realtor. The National Association of Realtors has a video called Mark, where they are begging the 1.5 million of us to actually get this right. not the hometown realtor. You're not, Austin realtor or Dallas realtor. It is not an adjective. It's not a verb. It is a certification slash designation slash trademark. You can use it after your company name and you can use it after your agent name to show that you're a member of the National Association of Realtors. And it is supposed to be synonymous with the word member. So if you're the hometown realtor, you should be able to take the word realtor and replace it with member and complete the sentence, and it worked beautifully. How does does this have a good ring to it? Your hometown member? Now, if we can't get this right, what does that say about our profession? Because what are you really? What are you really? Instead of a realtor. Realtor means you're a member of the National Association of Realtors. You subscribe to the Code of Ethics. You are a member. So that,
Real estate agent.
yes, you're a real estate agent. When someone asks you what you do, you're not a volunteer member of that's what you do. That's not what you do for a living. You're not a member for a living. You're a real estate agent. That's what you do. And someone says, "What do you do?" I'm a real estate agent. Now, yes, you are also a realtor, but your job title is real estate agent. And so you're going to always hear me get that right. And I think that we should be getting it right because we should be explaining to the consumer what it is that we really do. There are realtors that don't sell properties. There are realtors who, believe it or not, don't have a real estate license. Your staff at the Realtor Association are realtors, but they're not real estate agents, but they also have the ability to call themselves realtors. It's clearly in the bylaws of every association. So successful agents, we must continually search for ways to generate more leads. Now we've got this huge database of people. We've got a huge sphere of people we already know, but we're going to talk about database today. This is what Amrit was asking last week. Amrit is ready to push the accelerator and start getting through more content because he's ready for today. We're going to go through the CRM. We're going to talk about the pipeline so that all of you understand how the inner workings of this CRM works. Because in order to understand how the CRM works, it's going to help you understand how your database is segmented. Because your database has to be segmented. And if you want to think about them as buckets, fine. We put all of the bolts in this bucket. We put all the screws in this bucket. We put all the springs in this bucket. So each one of your client is going to be in a different bucket based on where they are in their own real estate journey. And so organization really matters. We have to always be pulling in new leads into our business, and those leads go into a database. And I know, especially the yellow personality and the green, which we'll get to on week 3, but your personality type dictates your love and respect and an affinity for databases. And some personality types have zero affinity for databases, and I get that, but they're still necessary. Just like your contact database in your app on your phone, your contacts is absolutely necessary. Let's say you've got 30 people that you know. Raise your hand if you have all 30 of their phone numbers memorized. No, you don't. You need a database for that, right? And the database is your contact card inside your phone. And that 30 becomes 50, becomes 100, becomes 200. And now you really need a database because do you remember all of their addresses, all their birth dates, all their email addresses, all their phone numbers? And trying to go and find someone's email address, phone number, or address when it's not in a database becomes a very monotonous task because now you're hunting around for this piece of information, which is not good for your time management, is it? Now, even matters get worse when you decide that you want to send your Christmas cards or your New Year's cards, or whatever holiday you're sending cards out for. Now, in fact, your entire business can be in disarray in panic mode when you're like, oh my gosh, I got to get out my holiday cards. How am I going to do that? Because I don't have a database. So your database must be something that you lead with, something that you respect, something that you put time in every day. And if you have chosen to be the operator in your business right now, then you have to understand that you have to force yourself for that task. And with all tasks, you have to have space in your calendar for that task. And maybe you hate working on your database. Maybe you hate sending out thank you cards. Well, you've chosen to be the operator. So there will be tasks in your business that you hate. And just because you hate the task doesn't mean the task shouldn't be done. The task should be done. And you are the leader of your business. And you have to ensure that your staff person, AKA you, gets that task done. So, especially those things that you really don't like to do, those are the things that I recommend you don't wait to do. You do them first and get them done. And it's going to help you when you hire an assistant at some point who can you can offload those tasks to so that you can focus on the one thing, which is income producing tasks and lead generation, pulling leads into your business. Successful agents must continually search for ways to generate more leads, convert more leads, provide better service, learn, grow, and continually get better and better in their business. That's not going to happen by waiting for your next client to call you. That means that every single day we need to be figuring out where we should be. So on Monday, you should know exactly where you're going to be this week, the whole week. That's one of the things that people begin to love about Mega is that next week and the week after, you know exactly where you're supposed to be every single day. In the morning huddle, in the morning, in the Mega Mini, in Mega, making your calls, and there's so much structure that for a lot of people, it starts feeling safe and they dig in and they like it. And then Mega ends, and then they are right back to the tornado again. So this is why we create the structure that lets you know exactly where you need to plug into so that when Mega ends, you are still plugged into the morning huddles and all the things, our weekly contracts training class, and that you spend that time in the morning to be making your phone calls and the time in the afternoon to be making your phone calls. Because the loss of the classroom portion of Mega is really the opening of the freedom and the time for you to be in the cage making the calls. Because the more time you have open in your day, the more phone calls you should be making. Not replacing that with non-income producing tasks and administrative tasks. The first thing that we have to do is make those phone calls and having a commitment. I know that if I want to pull 3 leads in today, that I need to call about 100 people. So I need to make 100 phone calls from the grabber. 100 phone calls for the grabber a day can be done in 3 hours. And so have you dedicated that time? And that's just the grabber. What about the sphere calls? So once you have everybody in the database and all of that together, and by the way, the database should be maintained after hours so that you're not killing your time during business hours doing data entry for yourself so that you're in business hours, you're making the phone calls. And so this is one of those dog ear pages that I hope makes its way verbatim to your goal board. And you replace the front of it to say, I must continually search for ways to generate more leads, convert more leads, provide better service, learn, grow, and continually get better and better. And by the way, that can be a mission promise to yourself. I'm going to throw you into a breakout session for 10 minutes. This is longer than a typical breakout session. And we're going to dust off an article from the National Association of Realtors that's been out there since 2023. It's been out there for a hot minute. It is the 8 minutes or the 8 ways that real estate agents can find more leads. And it's interesting because NAR shared it out this morning. And I was like, that's pretty amazing that happened to do that. And so it was all in your emails this morning. So this is what I would like. Um, someone in your group scan this QR code. I'm going to put the link also in, see if I can get the link. Hyperlink, open hyperlink. I'm going to put the URL to this page into your chat so you also have it. Just know that when you go to chat, you'll get a brand new uh, chat window with nothing in it just for that group. So you need to copy this link so when you get into your group, you still have access to it. Because I want you guys to go through this together and discuss as a group about these three things: building your network, choosing your lead sources, and what was missing from this list, glaringly missing. So lead generation is not only about finding someone who's ready to transact today, it's about continually creating relationships and expanding your database, adding more people to it. And the database is not just something you have on the shelf. Your database is a living database. These are people who you are continually calling and keeping in contact with. So your database might be very cold right now because the calls haven't been made, but your database is going to have life because you're going to be calling these people on a regular basis. What are the best ways an agent can intentionally add new people to their database or their network every week? That's one thing that I want you to bring back after you select your captain and speak about this, and then bring back to the group your spokesperson for the group. I want you guys to be bringing back some ways you can intentionally add new people to your database, to your spheres every week. Choosing your lead sources. The second thing I want you guys to be looking for when you're reading this document, of all of the items presented on this article, which one or two could your group realistically commit to for the next 90 days? And what would consistent execution look like? How are you going to put it into place and create a way for you to hold yourself accountable to doing this every day or once a week or whatever you end up putting it on your calendar for? And what on this list was glaringly missing, something that you should be looking at as a lead source, as a huge opportunity for you? All right, so I'm putting you in groups of 5. Hello, Birdie. You just came out the gate with your hand right up.
Yeah. So I don't know if other groups had this problem, but we need a lot more time because the 10 minutes spent was about just all reading the article.
Yeah.
Okay. Raise your hand if you need more time. If I get more than 50% of hands up, raise your hand if you do not need more time. Let's flip it. So
We
everyone
need
put your
more
hand.
time.
You need more time.
There he goes.
We need more time.
All right, so I'm going to double it. I will see you back again in 10 minutes. All right, so we got 10 minutes to read and 10 minutes to talk. I know it's never enough time, but we're going to move forward with where we are so far. All right, group 1 is Amaret, Birdie, Jeanette, Jennifer, Mary, and Sherry. A power-packed top 5 group 1. Who is our captain out of group 1?
I am the captain. So we kind of have answers to all the questions. So with building your network, a way that agents can intentionally add new people to our database from the article is we mainly just said target one and just go down the list to master all 8 of the lead generations that they listed on the article. And then specifically seminars through HUD, just because it gives you more authorities, because we do these seminars at Realty Texas, but I think when you do it through HUD, it just stands out a little bit more if you do it like they said in the article at a library or those kinds of things. I feel like it's also less intimidating. So that's what we also did. And then HR department, get in contact with those. That is a great idea. Not a lot of us thought about that. But that's a great source. And then for choosing lead sources, so what we could commit to for the next 90 days is social media. And then we also mentioned just starting off slow, so maybe once a week for the people that don't do it consistently. And then just really getting a hang of it and then diving fully in. And then contacting the EDC. So then you can know what businesses are coming, how to, where to reach out to. And then another way is like when you're doing open houses, Jeanette said, is going to local donut shops instead of going to HEB. So that can be a way that you not only get in touch with the local companies, but you can also tell people that are coming in, hey, this is from your local company down the road, blah, blah, blah. And another thing that was missing was phone calls and database. And just so much business is in our phones. So, you need to take advantage of that. And, like we've been teaching to call the grabber, call our friends and family. And that was missing from the article entirely. So those are kind of the little, what we found was important about that article there.
Okay, a lot to unpack there, Bertie. Thank you. Group two, Brittany, Jennifer, both Jennifers, Karen, and Renee.
I was the captain.
Renee.
So we came up with like a lot of cool ideas. What we saw in the it says networking. Um, for us like shy ones is like get out there more, join the gym, join when if we have to do yoga, so go and connect out there. Um, Another one too is that was missing is like the videos and like connecting with like vendors is like making little short videos so they could cross like promote each other. Um that's easy, and like for the ones who are a little shy too, it's just like one-on-one personal, get to know your people. So it could be for like AC or roofers or cleaning services because we're always going to need to know them when we're if we're going to list the listing and have that ready for them. Another one too is like contacting HR, like for big companies is like Tesla or Google. They're always bringing people from pretty much all over the world and replacing them over here, or even from here to like different locations. Um, it's like connecting with those HRs and like telling them like, hey, I know y'all like move people around. I'm a realtor, connect with me. It's giving them our information. And then also connecting with like a local organization, for instance, like Habitat Humanity. Here, I know we already connect here in the north side, but my best friend also works in the South Austin location. And and I said, like, in our group, I could reach out to her and be like, I could give all our information to them. So when they need realtors too, we are the first ones they could contact. And oh, another thing too is like lead generation is like getting on Facebook Marketplace and like putting ourselves out there and like kind of helping others look for us, I guess. I think
Well,
that's all the questions. I'm not
thank
sure if
you.
I did it.
You did a great job, Renee. Thank you.
Okay.
Turn up
Thanks.
the volume on your business and Realty Texas. A lot of good will come from that. Group three, Cheryl, Harshita, Kelly, Raul, and Veronica.
I am the group captain. Good morning, Realty Texas. I just wanted to say that the for building your networking for your network, we thought that cooperating with other realtors and just lending a hand and offering to be of assistance and just make sure everyone gets business is a good thing. And we also thought that the things we can work on in the next 90 days is making sure we just do something, whether that's an hour of prospecting, that if that's involving more people into our data system, or meetings like city council meetings, or doing more social media. It's just about doing something. So these next 90 days, we're going to dedicate to, like our time and effort to those tasks. And what we thought was missing was not using the spear so people aren't reaching out to their friends and family. So that and the farming of the areas. We didn't think that it spoke a lot about farming. And that's one thing that we like and we would like to incorporate and sell, and make your calls.
Okay. Good job, Raul. Group number four, Tessa, Isabel, Leor, Renee, and Selva. Who is our captain out of group four?
The person who's tech deficient and trying to unmute themselves.
You
Hi.
got it. Hi.
So on your first, our group had a lot of really good ideas. Like I took a lot of notes here. So meeting of the minds was really good. On building your network, ways that you can really get in there to corner building a network, of course, would be finding a cause, getting involved. That was a big one that all of us really agreed on. Find a cause, get involved. In my case, dog rescue. I'm
Love-
involved with dog rescue and have been for the entire almost 13 years I've lived in the state of Texas and several years in Oklahoma before that. So I work specifically with boxers.
Uh-huh.
But you get involved with that. You're not necessarily throwing your business in people's faces while you're getting involved, but they get to know you, the person, trust you, the person, and the referrals and the business will follow the trust in you as a person. As for the lead sources we could come up with for the next 90 days or so, one of the things I said was lead generation does not necessarily mean you have to go out there and buy leads. Be intentional and reach out to the people you know and love and organically build that business for way less money. Also, you could do it through the geo farming, as was previously mentioned. Start an 8x8 campaign. That's 8 weeks of the 90 days right there. And the reaching out to the HR departments, like I gave an example of reaching out to base housing to see if you can get in front of people who might be transitioning out of the military and want to stay here, or people who've just gotten to the base. Have your name be a resource to those people. And of course, other HEB is a big one in San Antonio, so that's another one that you could reach out to. And there's Wells Fargo, there's Citibank, there's a lot, USAA. So there's a lot of avenues with that. Uh, Build your network, continue growing your successful business. Get out there and visit builders. Get out there and get to know the builders. Do an open house for a builder. Be relationship focused, be community oriented, and be authentic at all times. And what we felt was missing, as well as like what other people said, was there was no mention of contacting the people who know and trust you, your sphere of influence. There was no mention of that in the article. And that's where the business should originate from, is the people who know and love you. So that's my TED Talk for the morning. So
Oh, very good job, Renee. Very, very good job. Group 4, you were represented excellently. Group 5, Anna, Caroline, Danielle, Mohammed, and Swetha.
Hi, it's me. Um,
Hello.
so our group had a great conversation. I think HR was the one that stuck out to us the most. Most of us said, like, oh my gosh, we'd never thought of that. And that's personally the one I want to commit to, and a couple of the other people in the group. And I was sharing with them that since I've been in tech sales for about 6 years and I do a lot of prospecting, I noticed that HR are the people that respond the most to salespeople because they're always trying to build their network too, right? They're especially recruiters, but HR people in general, they're trying to hire people and oftentimes they also work on commission. So they're very open, I find, particularly on LinkedIn. It will almost always respond to your message. So I thought that was a really good idea. A couple other people in the group we're talking about the giveaway as a creative, unique idea, and also, sorry, I'm blanking, the cause, joining a cause that you're really passionate about. I think anytime that you can um, put your passion into your business, you're going to be more motivated to do it. And then as far as what was missing, we also said calling your sphere. Jack, I was wondering if this was a test for if you were like, I'm going to test them and see if they noticed that it wasn't in here.
Yes, it was a test.
And then, so yeah, obviously that was the first thing that we noticed. And then another thing that we thought was neighborhood Facebook groups. A lot of times they are very active. I was sharing that mine even has what they call a work Wednesday. So any Wednesday, it's like open, it's
Cool.
free reign to share. We have housekeepers, plumbers, landscapers, nannies, all the things. And then I noticed that because it's only one day a week, people don't get like annoyed by it and they tend to be more receptive because it's not like a free for all and only people kind of sharing what they're trying to sell. So yeah, that's what we talked about.
Whew, I'm hearing a lot of really good ideas. There's a lot. Remember, I I teach GRI, I teach ABR, and I know what it looks like to come out of that class with 2 pages of notes, and then they get put in the back of the book closed, and then none of them implemented. So we must not just think about these things, but we need to put them on some docket in order for you to be able to implement these things. They're not just thoughts. We need to put the action into play. Group 6 is Jay, Jennifer, Joe, and Sharon Barton, who is the captain in Group 6.
That again would be me first thing in the morning. So, yes, we needed that full 10 minutes to read the article and then open ourselves up to discussion in the second half. A few of the things that we immediately discussed, I brought them up. It was talking about, Homes for Heroes, getting involved, doing things like city meetings. I shared how I had a commissioners meeting last night and that I was very surprised. Non-sphere of influence and scripts for everything. Those are two things that we always, I think, adhere to. There is a script for everything. How does someone want to be talked to? Joe brought that up when Joe and Jay and I were in Uber. They noticed if a passenger didn't want to be spoken to. I didn't. I talked to everybody. And if they didn't want to talk, they just told me they didn't want to talk, and I would stay quiet for the rest of the ride. Um, but city meetings, HR departments was one of the things that they suggested. When you go to an HR department, they're trying to bring in recruits. It's an open, receptive way to get new names. Volunteering in the community. It surprised us that volunteering in the community could be something that we actually could, get leads from. Not spending money or getting involved and being able to tell people that we will get you there. I hadn't thought of it in that way, but having a chance to take someone by the hand who's maybe scared or over the phone virtually by the hand, it's okay. We'll get you there. That resonated with me deeply.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your time, energy, and all of your group captains did a fantastic job representing you. As always, we are going to add the quiz. We had 6 groups, so vote for the group that you think did the best job. And guess what? Lisa is excited to make sure that you get points. Everybody in your group get an extra 50 points for the outcome. Now, oh, okay, we have a tie going on, so we need everyone to vote. Tie has been broken, but now it's back to being a tie again. All right, let's keep going. 26, 27, 28, 31. We have 5 more people that we need to vote. If you have not voted, please vote. Okay. By the skin of your teeth, you have a winner at a group 7. Group 1 had 5 votes. Groups 2 and 3 had 6 votes. Group 4 had 7 votes. Group 4 had 7 votes. So Renee, Selva, Leor, Isabel, Tessa, you have earned an extra 50 points. All right, so hopefully the big takeaway here is as an operator, we're zoomed in so close to what our job is that no one is leading, no one leading the marketing team. And we have to hit that zoom out button and look at the whole thing so that we can take a moment to put some thought into where can we spend our marketing dollars, our time, our energy to find new leads, to find new sources of business for us. And it requires us to get out of the house. It requires us to get out from behind the social media. It requires us to get out of our own head and actually often be reaching out to people, whether it's showing up in person to give back to your community, whether it's reaching out to HR departments for businesses that are moving into your local market area, whether it's doing an 8x8 campaign in a new neighborhood, knocking on doors outside of an open house, calling your entire database and your spheres and everyone that you've ever known to share them with them the good news about your real estate business, or getting involved in local charities and clubs. There's so many ways for you to grow your spheres, but hopefully it's in a way that you're passionate about it. Because if you're not passionate about it, you're not going to do the little things that's going to really make you shine and for you to stand out. And so Renee mentioned that she loves boxers and she does dog rescue. That's a huge passion, and of course Lisa Ormsby and many of you, Habitat for Humanity, big passion. So find those things that you're passionate about and get out into the community where the people are. Wear your name tag. Make sure that everyone knows what work you're in, and connect with people. Go up to them. Take a moment, look them in the eyes, and have a conversation with them. Shake their hand, get to know who they are, and make sure, more importantly, they know who you are. And then at some point, look at them and say, hey, if you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, that referral would mean the world to me because that's what I do for my job. But this is what I do for the community and for love. And you have to ask for the business. And that's hard. And I'm just going to throw this out here one more time because each of you need to hear this. I have so many Barbara McLaughlins in the world. Everybody here knows Barbara, little Barbara. She calls you and wishes you happy birthday and sings you happy birthday on your birthday from Realty, Texas. There's a million of them here at Realty Texas with that spirit, giving, warm, friendly, and they're the ones who struggle to get the business. The best real estate agents who care the most are the ones who often sell the least because they are so busy doing what they were taught as a child or as a young adult. Um, Work hard, put your head down, and it'll get noticed, and success will come to you. But the thing is that's not true, and that's a lie. Yes, we need to work hard, but we also have to ask because if you don't ask, you're not going to get it. Now, the narcissists out there, they're really good at selling themselves and they walk around selling themselves all day long and they've got nothing to back it up other than a really good sales pitch. And they win. They win 100% of the time. So, how can I help you win? We have to combat the narcissist personalities out there who are really good salesperson but back it up with no salesmanship, no skills, no ethics, nothing to really fundamentally underline the fiduciary relationship that they have with their client. And I want you to win. So in order for you to win, you have to do what's uncomfortable and actually step outside of your business operations or operating or admin and zoom out and first create a plan, figure out where you are going to focus your time and focus your time there, but not just focus your time there. Because while you're there, what do you have to do in order to start building referrals? You have to do one thing, and what is it?
Prospect,
Prospect.
Prospecting.
converting.
But you have
Pick
to
up the
ask.
phone.
You got to ask. You got to ask for the business. Yes, prospecting and all of that, but the one thing is you got to ask. If you work really, really hard and never ask, people are going to really, really like you and not give you any referrals. If you want referrals, you have to ask for them. And that's the thing that the selfless salesperson has such a difficult time doing. So if I can instill upon you the importance of asking and making it part of your everyday, and that every single person you come in contact with, you ask, not 10% of the time, not 1% of the time, 100% of the time. You wear your name badge every day and everywhere you go. You also are going to ask and let everyone know that you're grateful for referrals. I think a smart real estate agent who's going to the gym should say, "I love real estate referrals," and have a shirt that's on on your back. And when you're jogging and walking outside, that you have a shirt on that says, "I love referrals." We actually have shirts that we did for our last event called "Walking for Referrals." Um, I you've got to put it out there. You've got to let everyone know that that is what's important to you, because that's where the $1 million is going to come from. And the pain of asking for referrals, you get over really quick when you start earning $100,000 a month. That starts feeling a lot less painful. Would you agree with that? So let's look at scales. The scales of referrals. On one hand is the pain of asking for referrals. Okay, that's pretty heavy. What counterbalances that? $100,000 a month starts counterbalancing that pain. So you've got to have something that counterbalances the pain. You know what that's going to be. It's going to be the success of your real estate business. And all of a sudden, that pain starts feeling a lot less painful. We're going to go to take our first break at 11. I know we are pushing through for 2 hours without a break, or 1 hour without a break. So we got 20 more minutes. We're going to watch this video, and then we got a few more slides that I want to continue on this momentum before we take our break.
Conversation, to be more mindful of when my position is not anti-technology, it's pro-conversation, to be more mindful of when a text is the right mode and when a conversation is really what you need. That face-to-face conversation is where empathy grows, it's where intimacy grows and thrives. I focus my research on what we lose when we don't come together face to face, because we lose a lot.
On this one, you're probably likely going to need to turn up your video. This is a quiet video. I'm sharing my sound at 100%. And so I'm going to start this over, but I need you guys to turn up your video so you can hear it, because this is as loud as she gets. This is an article that came out of The Atlantic, a video that came out of The Atlantic a year and a half ago. And she is a psychologist talking about interrelational communication between people and how people build a village.
My position is not anti-technology, it's pro-conversation, to be more mindful of when a text is the right mode and when a conversation is really what you need. That face-to-face conversation is where empathy grows, it's where intimacy grows and thrives. I focused my research on what we lose when we don't come together face-to-face, because we lose a lot. In my most recent work, a phrase that came up over and over again: I'd rather text than talk. People saying things like, conversation, I'll tell you what's wrong with conversation. It takes place in real time and you can't control what you're going to say. People were saying that they wanted to keep conversation on screens because they felt less vulnerable. They had this fantasy that they could be perfect if they kept conversation on the screen. Empathy is something that is most easily cultivated through face-to-face conversation, because what you have is you have eye contact, you have body language, you have all of the signals that all of our evolutionary history have taught us. It really isn't one of the things you just want to say, well, let's just do without that and go on to FaceTime. The greatest favor you can do to your sister, mother, lover, professor, student is put away your phone. Create sacred spaces. The kitchen, the dining room, these are places to reclaim conversation so that we can have those very precious, vulnerable, face-to-face conversations where they're open-ended, where you don't know what's going to happen, where we can let intimacy thrive.
So, something that you can do to really impact your business is have little get togethers, have people over, whether it's a game night or whether it's a wine tasting event or whether you're inviting them to one of our community events that we do, our client appreciation events that we do. But in person is important. In person, at least once a year. You need to be in person at least once a year. Now, if you go to Tom Ferry, you go to the coaching, they're going to say you want in person at least twice a year. What part of the reason why we do the pop buys is because we get to, ring their doorbell, give them a big hug, hand them the apple pie on 4th of July or during the holiday season, whatever it is. But there is a time and a place for the right kind of communication for whatever's going on in that moment. Is it a transaction? A quick text sometimes can answer a question and it can document things as well. If it is more than a quick question, it should not be a text. It should be a call. And that's why we have recorded phone calls. One of the biggest mistakes agents make in a transaction is they try to text what should have been a conversation, and it goes on for more than 2 paragraphs. If you find yourself texting someone and that text has more than about 30 words, that should have been a phone call. You pick up the phone, you have a conversation with them about it, and you explain it, and then you can follow up with a text message. Hey, just wanted to clarify, or send follow up with an email. Now, of course, that's for their benefit, not for ours, because we have the recording of the entire conversation. But if we are being compensated and our role in the transaction is for advice and opinions when asked, advice and counsel and opinions when asked, then if we're going to provide someone advice and counsel, then that's what we're being paid for. We should then put that in writing so that it's very clear and there's no ambiguity and there's no confusion. So during a transaction, I do see agents making a mistake by texting too much. A phone call is important. Hey, if it's a quick question, um, did you get the showing notification for 2 o'clock tomorrow? That might just be a quick question. Or if they have a question. Texting is huge. I mean, obviously it is a big part of our lives, but we should not convert over to a 100% text-based business because that is not going to build the like and the trust portion of knowing, love, and trust you. There needs to be conversations. And I think that you should be having a conversation with the clients during a transaction at least once a week. They should hear your voice on the phone. Now, post transaction, these are phone calls, not text messages. And when I say call them, some of you here text them. How many of you think that a text message as your follow up for your phone calls, a text is just as effective?
I won't lie, there are some of my clients who won't answer a phone, and that text message gets me a lot more conversation than talking to their voicemail.
Yeah. So we also have to live in a world where we're gonna also have to communicate how other people want to communicate. And so maybe they're busy and they respond with a text, hey, I got your call, but you should have left the voicemail. You should have tried to make the call. Leave them a voicemail, follow up with a text message. Hey, just left you a voicemail, just checking in to make sure things are good. Oh, I'm doing good, blah, blah, blah. And the rest of the conversation happens on text. But you should have made the phone call, left the voicemail, and then followed up with a text, not just falling into a default texting scenario. Because if your lead follow up and the way that you're working your database is by texting people on a regular basis, that's not where um, empathy grows. That's not where relationships grow. It needs to be the conversation where you can actually have a little bit more of a conversation. And we're getting further and further away from this, which means that these calls are becoming more and more valuable. Just like thank you cards are more and more valuable because we get them far and fewer between. People actually uh, fill out a thank you card. How many of you have filled out a thank you card this week? How many of you have not? By the way, thank you for everyone who has. All right. How many thank you cards should you be sending every day? What's the number?
Is it 5?
It's 5. You should be sending 5 thank you cards a day. Now, do you think those thank you cards are just as valuable for your own brain as it is for the person receiving them? Why? Why do you think it's valuable for you to be sending them for your own mind?
Creates
Dopamine.
Sherry, let's go with you first.
dopamine.
Okay, open up that box and let's pull some of it out. What do you mean dopamine?
It centers you on gratitude and thankfulness, which gives you a good feeling, sharing a good feeling with somebody else.
There we go. So we are operating from thankfulness and gratefulness, and we're actually doing the three things. We are thinking it and we're writing it. That's really important for our brain. And so when you're doing that, you're actually doing just as much good for your own frame of mind and mental health than you are the person who's receiving it. And they're like, wow, okay, that I made such a big impact on this person that they stopped what they were doing, they filled out a card and they sent it to me. So the thank you cards, the physical phone calls, this is how we show people how truly grateful we are. A text message, oh, that was nice, but that's not what we're trying to achieve here. We're trying to take it to the next level. And so empathy and relationships. When an in-person conversation is better than texting, when a phone conversation is better than texting. 99% of your outreach should be a phone call. They didn't answer, follow up with a text, and maybe 50%, maybe even 70% of your conversations will then lead to a conversation touch, and then you go on to the next person. But the real world of real estate, the 5%, they're calling their people. They're calling them on a regular basis. And their people are happy to hear from them. One of my favorite questions in Mega. Are we looking at the screen? There we go. So, do you believe that if something as profound as making your income $1 million a year, that if you look back at last year and you didn't make $1 million, and over the next 12 months you want to make $1 million, do you think that you have to operate differently in order to make something that profoundly different happen?
Yes.
Yes. It is true. Something profound has to happen for that profound of an action to happen, which is to take your income and go from maybe 50,000, 75,000, 100,000 and 10x it. Something profound has to happen. It is a mental shift in you. The gratefulness, the thankfulness, and the outreach. Those are the three things that have to happen in like a 33% grateful, 33% thankful, and 33% outreach. Those are the three things that's going to lead you to this. And if we are not fully filling up each one of those buckets, we are not going to fully reach the realization of the income because the business absolutely requires it. You know the people. You may not realize it, but you do. Some of you said that you've got people in other states that you're reaching out to. Karen has shared with us. Lots of us identify that maybe we're not the most outgoing, and that's okay because it just means that you have to work a little harder. You have to set up some new behaviors that is going to work for you. Do you remember Vanessa Van Edwards? Her very first video says, I'm a former awkward person." Did you watch that part of her video?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she had to find ways to overcome this. And she's one of the most successful public speakers of our day now, helping other people who we completely identify become more memorable, become more likable, become uh, unforgettable. Now, we need to be out there meeting people, wearing our name badge, being visible because we cannot operate in a vacuum or operate from our home offices where our puppy dogs become, our coworkers and we don't leave the house. That's not going to cut it. We have to get out. We have to get out in the world. Dunbar's number. Dunbar is a British anthropologist that is responsible for three books that are very well known and have changed the world of sales. He suggests that the number of stable social relationships that someone can have is roughly 150 people. That's it. This is number on limitations of our own brain and how much time we have in an 8-hour day that we're awake. The 150 people typically include people of all sources, your family, close friends, acquaintances, colleagues. Um, that is all the people that you've known. So it's not all the people that you've communicated with in the last week, but it's your family members, close friends, acquaintances, colleagues, people at your last job. There is 150 people that you can remember. This is not how many best friends you have. This is how many people you can remember and write down. And this is average. So, who are these people? Now, this is why we have to have a database. And Veronica, that's exactly my point. It's too many to remember. It's too much. But that is what a real estate salesperson does is they connect people with houses. And they need to have a large group of people. And I'm just going to say this. How disappointed do you feel? Let me ask a different question. Raise your hand if you feel disappointed when someone you knows that you're a real estate agent chooses someone else to be their real estate agent. Okay, so just how much disappointment do you want in life? Because that disappointment is going to happen over and over and over again when these 150 people didn't receive a call from you letting them know how thankful and grateful it would be if you used them to be your real estate agent. If you want these people to use you as a real estate agent, then you need to claim your business with them. It's simple as that. Now, of course, when we think about it from before we said that with, these are the people you need to call, you're like, really? Okay, well, how disappointed are you going to be when one of these chooses someone else? Well, really disappointed. Okay, so either we really enjoy disappointment and we're not going to call them, or we're going to operate differently and put all of these people in a database and we're going to be calling them on a regular basis because the $1 million balances out the pain of calling them. That's true. But the disappointment of them using someone else also balances out that same thing. Because the last thing you ever want to do is not call someone who's part of your village and you not let them know how grateful you would be if they call you when they need to move and buy a house or sell a house or lease a house or want to buy an investment property. Now, sometimes we say, well, I don't know what to say to them. Okay, well, here's one little piece of value. Would you say that half the people that you know have kids? Okay. So what about having this conversation with them? One piece of advice that I really like to give my family and my friends who have young kids is to buy an investment property for each one of their kids, which means you need to save up for 20% down and buy a home. And over the next 18 years, that home is going to appreciate while the tenant is paying it off so that when the kid goes into college, you sell that property and that's their college tuition, their first car. Now, how many of you can save realistically, how many people can save the amount of money a home will appreciate over 18 years out of their paychecks? Couple $100,000 over 18 years, a home is going to double in value. They're going to have it, more than 50% paid off and it will double in value. There will be hundreds of thousands of dollars there. And so how hard is it to save that how much easier it is to save 20% down than it is to put that money away. So what a great way for a parent to have three kids and as soon as possible try to get three investment properties designed to help launch their kids. That's a good conversation to have. You must call every person that you know and take them through the Fort script. And we're going to be doing the Fort script when we come back from our break. The 150 people that you already know is where your buyers and sellers are going to come from. The majority of your client base. I had Lisa speak to you guys on Wednesday about this. Where does most of her business come from? And if you really think back on it, the majority of your business should have and probably has come from people that you already know. 10% of this group, this 150, will refer three people a year. 150 people times 10% of them and will refer three times is 45 transactions are going to come from this group. Now, that's 45 painful moments that you've avoided by them using you because we want them to to refer you. And 7% will refer two, so and 5% will refer one. There's a lot of transactions there. There's $1 million in transactions there from this 150 people. People are buying and selling a home once every 5 years. The number has reduced, especially in Austin, where a lot of people coming and a lot of people going. I've had people that I've known for 15 years that have already bought three times. And so it's happening. People buy a smaller home, they want to buy up a little bit because they need more space, then they want land, and then they buy their smaller house. It is not as common for someone to stay in place for 15 or 20 years anymore. It's just not as common. So I put some numbers to it for right before we're going to go through these next two slides and we're going to take a break. And then when we come back from break, we're going to go out to another breakout session. Your database, you should be everybody that you can think of, everyone that's in your phone, everyone that is in your database that you're in communication with. And you should be working towards building a database of between 1 and 300 people. And these are responsive relationships, people that you know you. And I can tell you that Lisa and I both know a lot more than 300 people. Well, I know more than 300 people that were real estate agents and are no longer real estate agents. Just that group. And they come to us all the time. I want to buy a house. They came through Megan, decided to leave the business, and they come to us for assistance. And then we provide one of those resources to you. And that person could very well end up being you if you don't operate your business from this perspective of focusing on the people who you know. The primary intent is to become their agent of choice and earn their referrals. The secondary intent is to represent them when they buy, sell, lease, or invest. So, what is the potential annual value of transactions directly from your database? If everyone in your database is buying and selling every 5 years, then each year 20% is going to roll over. And so out of 200 people, a 200 person database, 20% of them, that's 40 transactions a year. If only half of them choose you as a real estate agent, then that's 20 transactions a year. That's $300,000 from your transactional side of the database. And so everyone in your database knows someone who needs a real estate agent multiple times a year. So if half your database provides one referral, that's 100 referrals. And referrals close at a 50% close rate. So there's $750,000. Your database is worth more annually as a referral source than it is a transaction source. And you put those two together and it's $1,050,000. These numbers have been proven over and over and over and over again. I can easily show you how to make $1 million a year. You can scrape together the 150 people that you already know that you have forgotten about and actually spend a week, just like you're spending a week going through and trying to know your value proposition and your UVP and your mission statement. You also have to put together your database with the same intensity and put everyone together and then start calling them. And then you're like, but it's painful to call them. Well, it's more painful to see on Facebook that they used another real estate agent. So choose your pain. And once you make that call, all of a sudden that pain seems a little bit less because now you have someone that you sold a home to. And once that happens, they're a raving fan of yours because you showcased your services right in front of them the whole time. And now you're part of their sphere. So this acquaintance that you called that became a client of yours knows 150 people themselves. And now you're part of a new network of people. And when they know that what you really need is referrals and how grateful and thankful you are for getting them, and you always do something nice for them when they do it, like, dang, every time I give this agent a referral, they just like they send me a sugar wish in the mail and a handwritten thank you card, and they're just so happy about it. It's easy for me. I don't care. Every time I know someone needs a plumber, if I send them my plumber's like, oh my God, thank you. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do more of that because they're happy to refer you, especially when they know that you're going to make them look good because you care and you're going to treat the people right. So then what is the role of a salesperson? It's to build relationships with every person they know and be their real estate agent of choice. Selling your services should be the thing that you do best. And we're going to talk about the scripts and we're going to spend a lot of time today on actual scripts. But selling your services should be the thing that you do best. In your sphere, this should be the first group that you have that conversation with. As a brand new agent, the very first thing you should do is call all these people. And it's funny how many real estate agents come into my mega, and that's the thing that they didn't want to do at all, ever. Period. That's the last people they want to call. They want to call people they don't know. They'd rather call 512-000-0001 and take a chance than call someone they haven't spoken to for 6 months or a year. They would much rather call someone they don't know than call someone they do. But when you realize the value of what you have in front of you, you have to pick your pain. You were brave enough to get a real estate license and put yourself in this profession of being a salesperson. You want to make the money, you have the capacity, and 5% of the agents rise to the level and say, I'm going to do this. I'm going to grab the bull by the horns and I'm going to make $1 million a year. And I'm going to make myself vulnerable so much that at some point it becomes second nature and I'm no longer even remotely afraid of it. Because then at some point you start getting more and more proud of it. Yeah, I'm a real estate agent. Hey, if you know someone looking, would you share that information with me? That would mean the world to me. That all of a sudden just becomes second nature, and you're not shy about it anymore. That's your sphere. Your village you should be able to be pretty humble to your village and ask for the business and say this a billion times. If you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, would you call me and let me know who they are? Because that referral would mean the world to me. And then figure out a good way to show your appreciation. They know you. Now, how do we begin to have a conversation with these people? If you're shy and you don't know where to begin, this is the beauty of the Ford script. I think the very best first call, some of them might not even know that you're a real estate agent. They may even not know that you're still in the business. They may know that you're a real estate licensee. They may know that you've obtained your license, but they may not know that you're a full-time real estate agent. And so now it's time to pick up the call and pick up the phone and have the call and have the conversation. Hey, I went into business for myself. I am a real estate agent full-time, and that's what I do. And I'm calling my village to let everyone know that this is a relationship business and that my referrals are coming from my spheres and I need help from my village. If you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, if you could let me know who they are, that would mean the world to me. And I'm really well connected. So if you want to be part of my business, I can help connect you with other people. Because a lot of the people that you have are also going to be trades where they also can make money on referrals. Whether it's someone who does hair or does makeup, or someone who is a plumber or an electrician or any personal services out there. There's likely a lot of people that you could also help. That's often likely self-employed too. Maybe you know someone who's a good power washer and you partner up with them because you're going to need that service. And you'll start learning that a lot of these people have side businesses of things that really could be a valuable resource to your people. And all of a sudden, you start being a connector as well. And people start calling you. Hey, do you know a good plumber? Yeah, I do, actually. And now people are looking at you as a leader in your community where you know a lot of people and who and what they do and how they can help them, and let them know, hey, if you need professional services, I'm really well connected. Call me if you need a referral for something. That is one of the best things that you can be known for. And it's a reason for people to call. I've got clients all the time calling me, hey, I need a bathroom remodel. I need this done. I need that done. Do you know someone? They're constantly reaching out to me. I get more calls. I get, I probably hear from my clients calling me, asking me for referrals more than I'm actually calling them because you become known for that. And every time you refer someone good, you'll get known for that even more. Who was the last person you got a referral from? Can you think, Raul?
My uncle and aunt are moving from Ohio to Washington, so I just put a referral in for both.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. That's awesome. How about you, Renee?
My last referral came from another agent that I had gotten to know and sent me a referral that I'm working with currently.
Excellent. Jennifer.
One of my favorite clients that I sold a piece of land for her. And I impressed her because I told her, you know what, for you right now, it might not be a good idea to sell. And I gave her the reasons because it was an expired. And ever since then, she was like, oh my gosh, that's so refreshing. I've never had a real estate agent tell me that. And she's referred to me like 6 or 7 people, and I've made about 100,000 from commission from her over the years, just from that.
So those are the people that we need to show a gratitude and grateful and thankful and be having lots of those people in your business. And it humbles you. And it feels so good to be a real estate agent that has those people in our business that sends us lots of business. And if we are not showing them how grateful and thankful we are, they will end up, that lead source will begin to dry up. And I don't want to ever see that happen to any of you. Jeanette, this is good stories. I'm loving it.
I just got a referral on Monday for the calls that you let us make on our spheres. So I have an appointment on Monday, so it's a referral.
Amazing. Good job, Sherry.
Past clients, 2 that were from past clients.
Okay, now I'm going to ask another question. How many of you sent them a handwritten thank you card? Thank you, Sherry. Send them a handwritten thank you card. There's also Sugar Wish. We're going to talk about more about Sugar Wish that it is. You can go to sugarwish.com. Sugar Wish is really cute. It's really cute. Really, really cute. You send them a link to you pay for it, and then the Sugar Wish will send them a link. Congratulations, you've received a Sugar Wish. Click here. And they click here and it opens up on the screen and they've got all these little candy jars and they pick the candy they want and it fills up the box and it's got this candy striped box. It's really cute. It sends it to their office and then they open up this really cute box and they've handpicked all their favorite candies. And it's really cool from the very first email all the way through the whole thing. They don't try to sell the client anything. It's all about a client appreciation gift. So they make it as warm and fuzzy and fun and entertaining as it possibly can with hundreds of choices of candy. Every time we get a referral here in our ISA department, we send that person the Sugar Wish. Just a way to show them how grateful and thankful that we are. Okay. When we get back from our 10-minute break, it's 11:18. It's 11:08. Let's come back at 11:18. I'm going to be putting you guys into a group. While you're on your break, over this next 10 minutes, I want you to be thinking about the word relentless and what that word means to you. Because you're going to be talking about that for a short 5-minute breakout session. And so be thinking about that on your 10-minute break, and I'll see you back at 11:18.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that we'd Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
All right, welcome back from everyone. Your break. We are going to be jumping into our breakout sessions for about 5 minutes. And we're going to be talking about the word relentless. I want your group to define the word relentless in 8 words or less. And you have 5 minutes to do this. Your group's definition of relentless, we're going to come back later and I'm going to remind you of what this definition is. And your definition of relentless, whoever wins this breakout session, uh, we will be talking about this at Mega Graduation later this month. So this is something that is going to come back to us later. So the very, very best definition for relentless. Breakout sessions are open. I'll see you back in 5 minutes. Make sure you select a captain.
I didn't get the pop-up.
Neither did I.
Nope.
Oh, there it is.
I guess it was delayed. Okay, welcome back, everyone. All right, let's jump right in with group one. Can all of the group captains... I'm going to click mute on a few of you. I'm not sure what's causing that. Would all of the group captains please put your definition of relentless in the chat? Because we're going to keep coming back to this saying, hey guys, I'm not the one that defined relentless, you did. And we're going to be using this relentless definition for a while. All right. I'm not seeing any of them yet. Group one, if you were a team captain, raise your hand. Okay, Kelly, what was your definition of relentless?
Our definition, Bertie said, my job. I said, never stop. Karen said, persistent, dedicated, committed, responsive. Veronica said, uncompromising. And Tessa said, continuous force.
Okay, we need one definition for your whole group.
One for the whole group.
One for the whole group.
So I'm just going to say committed.
Committed. Okay. Thank you, Kelly, and it can't be more than 8 words. All right, Brittany.
Cities, one goal, relentless pursuit of empire.
Okay. Thank you, Brittany. I see that in the chat. Excellent. Who else? Raise your hand. Sherry, fiercely overcoming objections using unyielding persistence, consistency, and strength. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Jay.
Perseverance to continue forward every day, even through adversity.
Okay, good. All right, put that in the chat, if you would, please.
I got it in there, I think.
Yep, there it is. Got it. All right. Perseverance to continue forward every day, even through adversity. So we've got Jay, Brittany, and Sherry. We still have 2 more. Mohammed. Mohammed, you got one?
Yes, I got one.
Okay.
Maintaining speed.
Okay, put it in the chat. I like it. And who is our Raul? No, Raul was in group 3. We got one more. Who was the last group? Who was the last group? Nobody knows?
Did Kelly put hers in the chat already?
Committed by never stop.
Okay, good. There it is.
Okay, got it. All right, good. All right, we're going to come back to this in a minute. The mega definition is that you are so laser focused on an outcome that nothing stops you. Relentless. That's a pretty big word, relentless. This is you are so laser focused on an outcome that nothing stops you. All of your definitions are amazing. What is your personal definition of relentless? Because that definition of relentless is what is going to force you forward when we talk about relentlessly working your database. What does that really mean? It is over the years, over the decades, consistently um, working your database. But what's the goal? So hopefully it's the outcome. You're so laser focused on an outcome that nothing stops you. What's the outcome? Building referral-based business. Excuses are a disease. Okay, so here's some interesting information, and hopefully these statistics help you. For those of you who do lead generation and constantly conversion, these things are going to help you. And there's a lot of test questions here, so ears up, listen up. It takes sales reps an average of 8 tries to reach a lead. The best time for calls is between 4 to 5. The worst time is between 11 and 2. 57% of clients' buying journey is done before you even have met them already. This is why asking questions and listening is super important. 80% of sales require 5 follow-up calls. The average sales rep only tries to reach a lead twice. So you think that this person is registered on a couple of websites and that I'm not going to even call them. They register tomorrow. Obviously, someone's already helping them. Statistically, no. Agents are really bad at follow up. So when you're really good at it, you're going to get more success from everyone else's failed follow up. Nurtured lead produced 20% more sales opportunities. Just 2% of cold calls result in an appointment. Cold calls. We're not doing cold calls. We respond to people who have reached out to us based on our lead generation and our spheres. Cold calls, typically, on average, 2%. That means 2 out of 100. That's a lot of efforts. It's a lot of phone calls. When you just direct that same intensity elsewhere, it can be a lot more opportunity. 93% of prospects who convert, they've done so by the 6th call attempt. And 80% of sales calls go unanswered. Say that again. Someone say that to me.
80% of sales calls go to voicemail.
And 90% are never returned. All right, so here's a very fun graphic. This comes from BombBomb, who initially sold to Zillow, and now Zillow uses this as they're basically their database for agents to use. They did a 3-year study, and that 3-year study, they spent millions of dollars on this study. And it's kind of that gold study that people go back and reach to. So this is the chance of making contact based on the call attempts. So someone has reached out to us, they've done an online lead, or they responded to your marketing, and they've registered and they received your information. And now we're trying to get in touch with them. And so 40% of people are contacted on the first call. You have a 40% chance of calling them and getting them on the first contact. On the second contact, it goes to 60%. So it's you got a less than 50% chance of getting in touch with them on the first call. So you have just as good a chance of not getting in touch with them. The second call, it flips. It goes from 40 to 60. So you have a better chance of getting a hold of them. The third call goes to 70%. The fourth and the fifth call are tied at 80%. By the sixth call, you're 90% chance of getting a hold of them. So you see, when people register, statistically, they're not going to respond to you statistically, which is they're not going to respond to you on the first call or the second call. It's going to take a battery of calls before you're going to get in touch with them. And most agents don't have the processes in place to call someone 8 times. Not only do they not have the processes, but they don't have the built-in lead generation in their calendars every day. They're not sitting down and returning calls. They see a call, someone called them, they return a call, and then that's checked off their list. They don't go back and say, oh, I called that person and they didn't call me back. I'm going to call them again. And so they're reactive. Their entire career, their entire profession, their entire business is 100% reactive instead of proactive. And proactive is, this person reached out to me with a question. I'm not going to just call them once, leave a voicemail, check it off, and I'm done. Now move on to the next task. I am going to be relentless about getting that person on the phone. So we know that calling 6 times gives you the highest propensity of getting them on the phone. So we call 9 times. Our action plans that we have built into our systems has a total of 9 calls. The best days to call, here's the graphic for it. Wednesday is the best day to make your calls. More people are going to answer on Wednesday and Thursday than any other day. Friday has the lowest chance. I always ask this question: when is a bad time to make a call? When is a bad day to make a call? Well, there's no such thing as a bad day. Not really. And so Monday through Friday, if you're making your calls, the best day is going to be Wednesday and Thursday. If you were to not make a call on a day, Friday would probably be the day that I picked. Monday and Tuesday kind of being tied, but obviously Wednesday and Thursday are the big difference there. In fact, between Monday and Wednesday, there's a 46% difference in reaching them conversations at first attempt. So, best day to call. Wednesday and Thursday remain the best days of the week to connect with prospects. Friday is the least. Best times 11 a.m. to noon. Worst times 4 p.m. to the best time is 11 a.m. to noon and 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. The worst time 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Now, this statistic at the bottom of this graphic is part of the Boomtown um, study, that $1 million 3-year study that they did. And this one really, really impacted me because the speed in which you return your calls really makes a difference. There's a 391% greater increase in a connection conversation at the first attempt when you call them in less than 20 seconds, when you call them back after they call you. When they reach out to us, if we can get back to them immediately and it's less than 60 seconds, you have a 391% greater chance of getting them when you call them back. And that's because they're still in the mindset. They're still in that frame of mind. They're still thinking about whatever got them passionate enough to reach out to you in the first place. Was it a Facebook ad? Was it something a friend said to them? What thought triggered the actions for them to actually reach out to you? Was it responding to one of your listings? Something is going to happen over the course of the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes that's going to pull them in a different direction. And they're going to get busy and they're no longer going to have time in that moment and they're going to go to voicemail and now they're busy. And so our ability to get back with them almost instantly really, really matters. And we know that the majority of people are calling us in the morning and the afternoon. Uh, Ironically, around the times we're doing our power hours. And so being able to have that on your calendar also is going to help you with inbound calls as well. So when you get an inbound call, we should do what we can to try to respond to it immediately. Prospects receiving a call within 20 seconds of their initial inquiry are 391% more likely to convert. 30% of leads never receive a follow-up call after the initial contact. 40% success rate on the first call, 60% on the second, 70 on the third, 80 on the fourth, and by the fifth call, there's a 90% chance of getting them on the phone. So you want to increase your conversion rate, make more calls, period. Remember, we talked about the conversion rate. Out of 100 leads, out of 100 potential buyers and sellers that calls that an agent made, they netted 4 transactions. And that's a 24-to-1 ratio. Out of 24 people, they had 1 success. So we rounded up to 20, a 4 out of 100. Now, if you increase your conversion rate and call more, then you have a 5th and a 6th opportunity, which increases that opportunity. This is why Lopo. How often do you contact real estate leads?
I recommend contacting online leads at least 7 times in the first month. We did a survey of all of our Ylopo users and examined that conversations normally don't occur with a new lead until after 7 contact attempts have been made. And look, I mean, a lot of this has to do with time of day. Leads don't answer the phone at lunch. Agents love to call at lunchtime. And so it's about calling at the right time of day. It's also about, mixing up your messages, sending text, making phone calls, having well-crafted voicemails to get the lead to call you back. But yeah, I would say at least 7 times. What we've discovered is most agents only call between 1 and 2 times. So they're far short of what's needed to actually have a conversation.
If you look at BombBomb, if you look at Ylopo, if you look at Tom Ferry, if you look at any of the really well-known lead generation providers, even including Zillow, Realtor.com, and Homes.com, they all say the same thing. When you have a listing and your listing finds its way to these major portals and consumers are reaching out to you, or if you're running Facebook leads and they're reaching out to you, it's going to take a few times to get a hold of them. And if you've been successful and you have 5, 6 listings going on and you're getting these leads coming in, it's going to take a few times to call them. What's great about our systems is the lead automatically finds its way into our CRM. And especially if they have registered on any of your listings, they're going to find their way into the CRM. And so automatically they're going to get fall into a specific pipeline with a text message that goes to them and an email and a call task. In fact, most of our agents who have been here for a while, who don't use CXM on a regular basis, they're ignoring the notifications that come to them, and they find their way into CRM, and they're like, wait, why is there 40 client? Why do I have 40 leads in here? Why do I have what are all these people? And we just kind of smile and just let them know a lot's going on in the background. And you likely have leads sitting in your new pipeline that you have chosen not to respond to. And so that is a revelation to some agents, and then that helps them start focusing more on it, because all the websites that we have for you, including your V card and your website, has online registration pages where when people register, it goes directly into your CRM, sends you text message, sends you notification, shows up in your .me when you log in, and they're just sitting there asking for you to call them back. We're going to watch this video as well. This video account was destroyed, so I'll have to go get that one. All right, and I know that we already watched this one, so we're not going to watch this particular one. This is the Vanessa Van
So you
Edwards
have something
one.
to sell. It could be your business idea, your product, or even yourself. In this lab chat, I want to teach you how to sell anything to anyone. And of course, this is our lab chat, so it's all based in science, baby. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards, and I run the Science of People, a human behavior research lab. While my team and I were researching for my body language and sales course, I came across some fascinating science on selling, and I had to share it with you for one of our Science of People lab chats. So here we go. Here are 5 of my favorite research-backed persuasion techniques. First, always start with a bang. One study tried to figure out how to increase room service tips for waiters in hotels. They found there was a super easy thing waiters could do to increase their tips. All they had to do was start with a positive comment. When hotel guests opened their door, waiters said good morning and gave a positive weather forecast for the day. Just that one positive comment increased their tips by 27%. How does this help you? Never start a sales meeting or pitch by talking about bad weather, traffic, or being busy. Always begin with a positive comment or anecdote. Great weather, fun weekend plans, or a favorite sports team winning a game. Just that gets you off onto the right foot. Number 2, don't self-sabotage. The biggest self-sabotage mistake you can make in sales might be a bit counterintuitive. It's speaking ill of a competitor. Research has found something called spontaneous trait transference. They found that whenever you say bad things about someone else, people can't help but put those same traits onto you. The brain can't help but associate your gossip with you, even if logically we know you're talking about another person. So if you say your competitor is low quality and unreliable, your potential client can't help but associate those traits with you. So no matter what, when it comes to gossip, always say, no comment. Number 3, use awesome labels. One of my favorite studies about people found that when you assign someone a positive label, like having high intelligence or being a good person, that actually cues them up to live up to that label. In one study about fundraising, the researchers told average donors that they were in fact among the highest donors. Can you guess what happened? Those donors then in fact donated above average. We live up to our positive labels. So when you're with a client or a potential customer, give them genuinely good labels. I never want you to be fake or manipulative. So stick with positive truths. You can say, you are one of our best customers, or you are such a pleasure to do business with. In that way, they will actually want to be one of your best customers and try even harder to be a pleasure to do business with. Number 4, use your body. Study after study shows that you have to use nonverbal communication to be an effective salesperson. In one study, salespeople who used power body language increased their sales numbers by 56% after only one training. Power body language is super easy to learn. We have a whole video on it right here. And be sure to check out our course, Supercharge Your Sales with Body Language. Watch the video to see what I mean. Lastly, always end on a high note. Okay, let me explain a really gross but fascinating study involving one of my least favorite topics, colonoscopies. Bet you didn't know where this video was heading. I've only ever heard one thing about colonoscopies. They're super unpleasant, and doctors know that they have a bad rap. They wanted to do research to find a way to give colonoscopies a better reputation. Stick with me, I promise there's a point to this story. A colonoscopy is only a few minutes long, but they are pretty uncomfortable. They found that if they added 1 minute at the end of the procedure that was totally pain-free, people remembered the entire experience as more pleasant. In other words, even if it takes a bit longer, ending on a better note makes someone recall the entire experience better. So before someone leaves your pitch, end on a high note. Gift a final perk, offer them a mint, pay them a compliment. It will make the entire time with you even better. Since I said I have to end on a high note, I better practice what I preach and end this video on a high. While I unabashedly promote my body language and sales course, I'm going to show you my favorite high school dance moves.
Okay, well, we're just not going to go there. So, never fake, never manipulative, always be authentic, always be positive, and end on a high note. These are really good pieces of advice for your conversations and things that you should be trying to craft in your conversations. Great things to have on your goal board above your monitor. That's my goal when you're making your phone calls, that you're in your home office, you're in your zone, the door is shut, and above your computer is a goal board, which you'll be making with Lisa in Mega Mini. And you look up to your goal board and remember why. And I'm hoping that positivity and some of these things are going to help frame your phone calls land here, because again, these are small tips. They can have a huge impact on your conversation with your client. Some of you have mentioned that you struggle with being outgoing. Maybe you even struggle with striking up a conversation with someone. How many times have you done an open house in the past and you let people come in and walk out the door and you struggled to strike up a conversation with them? And you were building up the courage. And so you just ended up sort of just being a security guard for your seller's property. You let people come and go and babysit them and watch the process, but you didn't engage anyone. You didn't do anything to sell the property. You just was hoping the property was going to sell itself by people coming in and coming and going. A lot of people, and I would think that a lot of salespeople who are new to the business, who haven't had sales training as well, have not been trained on how to strike up a conversation with someone. It's not something natural. So that's where salesmanship and salesman training comes in. And the Ford script is something that really will help you. Now, I'm going to give you scripts at an open house. You're going to acknowledge them, thank them for coming, give them permission to look around, ask them what they think, ask them how they found the house, ask them what they're looking for. And there's just going to be a cadence to that. And you're going to be employing those with Elisa St. John during the grand open house thing. You heard from Mary Beth Ray, how she has memorized my script because I remember her telling me, I've got a script, and she's been using this one, and it is allowing her to convert more. She's using our grand open house program. She's getting more people to show up, and she's converting more people because she's using this method that we teach. So the purpose of the Ford script is to get the client involved in a conversation that's just not small talk. It's actually things that they're passionate about. And the Ford script are four things that really people are most passionate about. And that starts with the family. So the F in Ford stands for family. Get them, ask them questions. If you're trying to strike up a conversation with someone new, or you're calling one of your past clients, how's the family? How are the kids? That starter alone is going to get them on a high note. It's going to end on a positive, it's going to begin on a positive note, and they're going to want to share about everything that's going on. And maybe not everything is great, but they are going to have a lot to say usually about what's going on with their family. And then ask a couple questions. How old's your youngest kiddo now? Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. It's how much time? Oh, that's unbelievable. Those kind of conversations. Bring all of that to life. And then that conversation maybe never ends, or maybe it's now time to move it over. Now, when you're with a new person that you've not spoken with before at a party, at a chamber meeting, at standing in front of you at the grocery store, and you're just having a conversation with someone, or you're at a function that you've gone along with a friend or a family or a spouse, and people are coming up to you, and you're just standing there while your spouse or the person you came up with is talking to other people, and someone standing in front of you. Sometimes you are going to struggle with striking up a conversation. You want to, but for some reason your mind is going blank. So again, starting with the family. So you married? You have kids? Just that question alone starts that conversation going, and then you move over to the occupation one, which is the O in occupation. So it's family, occupation, recreation, dreams. The occupation one is, so what line of work are you in? Um, what do you do? And people are pretty passionate about their family, and they're usually pretty passionate about the line of work they're in or what it is that they do. And that usually takes off into its own sort of viral conversation about what it is they do. And then it gives you permission to share what you do. Remember, we're listening like a martial art, and we should, be having a conversation. Remember next time, what this person's sharing with you, because you're going to learn a lot about them by going through this script. The recreation is things that they like to do, their hobbies, their sports. You golf. Some of the best ways to open up this conversation is, have you been following the soccer match, the FIFA, the football? Are you a golfer? What are your major hobbies? What do you like to do outside of work? However you want to, however you want to present that question, that's the recreation part. What do you like to do? What things do you find fun? Again, another huge one. And then the dreams one. Where do you plan on retiring? Have you been on any great vacations lately? What's on your vacation bucket list? This kind of stuff. And I'll tell you, I've done the Ford script a couple thousand times in my life, and there's probably been 1% of the time that it got here. Because usually by the time, you're talking about the sports and all that stuff, there's just the conversation is taken on its own thing, and you don't need to continue on with the script because it just took a little bit of kindling to get that conversation going, and now it's going really, really well. But if you do find that it kind of is starting to die out before it gets into that awkward stage, you can just throw another one of these out, and it is a great place to keep the conversation alive so things don't get awkward and people are talking about stuff that they are interested in, and you'll feel the difference in your conversations when you operate from the fourth script.
If you are a newer agent and you want to know what's the best script to use to contact my database, the one that I've been using for years is the Ford script. Ford. Ford stands for family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. What that basically means is you're going to ask people, how's your family? How's work? Have you done anything fun lately? And what do you have planned for the near future? When I say the near future, I oftentimes refer to a holiday. So I may say, what do you have planned for Labor Day? That gets the conversation going, and by you being interested in what they have going on, they will be interested in what you have going on. Don't think, just do.
So you don't have to come up with a grand plan of what you're going to say to these people, because that should have already been pre-cooked into your systems. How's the family? How's the house? How's the job? Recreation, you got any trips planned, and then dreams, all of that. So I'm going to be putting you guys into your very own one-on-one groups when we get back from our lunch. And you're going to do the Ford script together. One more Ford script.
Are you looking for ways to stay top of mind with your sphere of influence? Let's talk about it. Hey everybody, it's Rosemary Lewis, your real estate bestie, and today I am going to share with you one easy way to stay top of mind with your sphere of influence. But before we get into it, you already know what I need you to do, so go ahead and subscribe to the channel. And you know what? Let's not make it awkward. Just give us a thumbs up right now and show some love to this video and any other real estate bestie video that you have watched. And if you are not already a part of our Facebook community of real estate besties, I really need you to get it together and get on over there. Head on over to rosemarylewis.com/Facebook so that you can stay connected with not only me, your real estate bestie, but a whole host of other real estate besties that we are all working, collaborating, and growing together. Now, speaking of growing, let's talk about how to grow the sphere of influence and how to stay top of mind with the people who already know, like, and trust you. I will scream it from the mountaintops that one of my favorite things or my favorite ways to generate business is literally referrals that come from my sphere of influence. Now, your sphere of influence literally is anybody that you know, anybody that you are connected with. And the problem though is that we hear things like stay top of mind, and we don't know exactly what that means. A lot of us are posting to social media, which I definitely think that you should do. But the challenge is that everyone does not see your post. Quite honestly, the statistic is only 8 to 10% of all of your friends or followers on social media are actually seeing what you are doing. So yes, continue to stay in front of your peeps on social, but we have to have other ways to connect and stay top of mind with our sphere of influence. Now, in previous videos, I've shared with you different ways to generate leads. I've shared with you about email marketing. But we are going to dive a little deeper into a good old school way of staying top of mind, and that is picking up the phone and using what we call the Ford script. So the very first thing, y'all, is that I think that every single day you should be picking up the phone and calling somebody. I didn't say texting, I didn't say voice memoing, I did not say videoing. Yes, all of those things work too. But in this society, especially because we are so disconnected and glued to our phones, really, truly, and honestly, we are actually more disconnected than ever, and we don't really know what's going on into people's lives. And like I said, yeah, we'll look at social media, we'll see that their kids are growing up, we'll see that, they got a year older, and we will even like or comment on the post. But there is nothing that will help you stay top of mind better than actually picking up the phone and talking to the people that you know. But here's the thing. How many of y'all get a phone call and it's awkward? You don't even answer, right? I know because that is the world that we live in. I don't want that to hold you back because the reality is that somebody will answer and they will be happy to hear from you. But what should you say when you talk to them? This is where the forward script comes in handy. Now, the forward script, it really isn't a script, or at least I consider it to be more of a structure of a call because when I talk to them, I want to make sure that I get them talking and I want to engage them. And using forward is a way to ask questions to draw more conversation. Now, the F in forward is family. Then you want to ask about occupation, then recreation, and then their dreams.
So you're gonna have for homework to watch the rest of this video. But I wanted to make sure that we got this video in so you're hearing from multiple different real estate agents about picking up the phone and actually making those calls, not a video, not a text, an actual phone call, and using your force script is the very best way to approach your sphere calls. Now we're going to go to lunch. When we come back at 1 o'clock, we are going to jump into breakout sessions and you're going to be practicing the force script. So I will see you all back at 1 o'clock and be prepared.
Welcome back. Where we just welcome back.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It is 1 o'clock. I hope you had a fantastic lunch. I hope you had time to maybe even call a couple of people, knowing that you are in class most of the day, making the most of your time. Obviously, time management is really big for all of us. Maybe you've already got some transactions going and you are also calling and making sure all of those are staying on the rails. All of that work is appreciated. All right, forward script. So we watched a few videos right before the end of lunch regarding the forward script, other real estate agents that are using it for calling their spheres, not just people they don't know, but calling their spheres, that most important group that we need to contact. On Wednesday, several of you reached out to me and said, what do I say? What do I say to these people? Well, the very first thing that we should out the gate is, how are you? How's the family? How's the house? How's all the things? And take them through the forward script. Now we're going to do that together. I want you guys in groups of 2. Okay. You have your invitations open now. The person with the lowest letter in the alphabet is going to open the dialogue. So if your first letter of your first name is lower in the alphabet, you will begin the conversation. Okay. So next round is going to be 5 minutes because we don't need 10 minutes because that's a long time. But how many of you successfully did the forward script? All right, Raul, let's hear from you first.
Yes, sir. Well, I had Miss Anna Debiliski. I don't know if I said that.
Dabalski. It's okay. Nobody
Debalski.
knows how to pronounce
Okay.
it.
My apologies. I had that she was my partner and we got into her family. She's from New York. She moved down to Texas with her brother. Her occupation is real estate, and she is constantly looking to help other women in her situation where they're buying their first home and they're single and they don't know what to do and they're just not knowledgeable. And she's really looking to market that group of people that are looking to get homes. Um, for recreation, she reads a lot. She's in a book club and she's also reading The Shift. So I commend her on that because we read that last month. And for dreams, she's really family oriented and she wants to just build her business and make sure she's able to help everybody. That's what I got from the Ford script from working with Miss Anna.
Thank you, Raul, for a expose on Anna. We all appreciate it. It's good to know you a little bit more, Anna. All right. So, do you think all of you that you got more information from them by asking them the general question than you could have gotten by asking them a line of questions? People offer up quite a bit, and you end up learning a whole lot about them. How many of you are surprised with how much you learned from the person that you just spent 10 minutes with? It's a very interesting phone call. It's a very it's an interesting amount of information that you learn. It's interesting the relationship that gets built. That was a little bit of dopamine. People got to speak about themselves and learn. Relationships are built. Now you just built a relationship. That's what we're talking about, that empathy. Listening, hearing, learning. That's where that relationship comes from because now I know this person a little bit more. I can identify with them. It's not just, a person in the Brady Bunch mirror windows of us in class, but it's, there's depth in that window. And that's what we are trying to accomplish with our databases. The more you can know about them and the more they share, the more of a relationship you get built. Now, let me ask you, could you have done that via text? No. The answer is absolutely emphatically no. So can you make your calls via text message and just live behind text? No, because what we're trying to accomplish is something completely different. We're trying to know you. We're trying to build a relationship, and that comes from these types of relationships. I am going to put you back in groups. We're going to do this one more time. All right. Was the second time around, were you even more evolved than the first time around? All right,
Yeah, and it was awesome. It went awesomely fast. It went so fast.
yeah, okay. So, can you do that? Can you do this with your calls? It's going,
Absolutely.
yeah, yes. Okay. Guess what we're going to do for the next 10 minutes? I'll bet you can guess.
Make the calls.
Yep. I want you to grab your phone. I want you to find someone in that phone. Video's on, audio's off. It is 1:26. We're going to all try to come back by 1:36, but we're going to be watching you make this phone call starting right now. Call someone, take them through the Ford script. They're going to have no idea. Please don't say, "Hi, I'm in a training class right now and they're teaching us the Ford script, so I'm going to take you through the Ford script." That's not how we're going to do this. They're going to have no idea what's going on. Just take them through it. But it's going to help you if you let them know that you're a real estate agent now, or open up that window, open up that door and have a conversation. But it can start by, "How are you? How's the family? How's the house?" And then, "Well, why are you calling?" "Well, I am calling everyone that I know to invite them into my real estate business and let them know what it is I'm doing and take it from there." All right, 127, 137, we're going to come back starting now.
I talked to 3 people's voicemails and 1 person.
That's awesome, Renee. That's an amazing 10-minute segment.
But I talked to their voicemails and then I followed up with a card.
Okay. And yes, exactly. Follow up with the V card. What a cool tool that is. 100%. Okay, welcome back. It is 137. When you zoom out and look at the business that you have, how amazing is it that we can pick up the phone and have these kind of conversations with people and that be what helps us make $1 million a year? I mean, you can just like pinch yourself. And at some point, when the income gets to those dollars, you start trying to find ways to give back because I don't know, some of us feel a little guilty for the amount of money we make. And so we're trying to figure out how can we do good with this because this just seems unreal. I can pick up the phone and call people and have these great conversations and it result in my massive paychecks, massive closings, $1 million closings sometimes. All right, good. Karen, I saw your hand go up first and then Sweetha. I want to hear from you. Who got a referral?
I do.
All
I
right.
didn't get I didn't get a referral. I called my former coworker and she said, Karen, I've been watching you on Facebook. I saw you're a realtor now, and my family has two properties that we want sold. But it's in San Antonio. I'm in Houston, so I will definitely do a referral. But she said, yes, they want to sell it. It's fully paid off. They don't know how much they're gonna get. She's gonna give me the address later to see what's the value of the house. It's fully paid off. So yep, that's what I got.
Good job.
Thank you.
We don't have to turn over many rocks to find the opportunity. All right, Sweetha, you're up.
Hey, hi. So I mentioned earlier that I'm a new real estate agent and I only did four lease listings. So I called one of my tenant. So I asked him like if he can refer any buying or selling. So he said like his sister lives in New York and she wanted to buy a property in Austin, and she's coming next month to Austin to visit the houses. So he's going to refer me for that. So I'm happy that I call him now. Thank you.
Well, good. It always makes me so excited because I know that about a third of the class is going to find out that everybody is always looking to buy and to sell real estate. And so you just happen to haven't talked to them a while and you start learning about all of this stuff. And by the way, you have in this class a huge referral network of people from all over the place. So keep that in mind as well. Jennifer,
Thank you.
good job, Sweetha.
So um I asked for the referral. She said, "Oh, I don't have anyone right now, but we did set up for lunch next week, so that'll be my second go, I guess, at it." But I did want to ask because it feels like for me, I can ask for the referral, but I want to be able to ask it in a way that it's not just, oh, well, I don't know anybody now, but what about, I'll think of you later. Like, what would be the best way to bring that up? Maybe it's me forcing myself to kind of just stop and pause instead of just, kind of going with it or what, but what would be the best way to incorporate that in there I guess, to allow them to give it to you more so than just saying, oh yeah, I'll let people know and I'll get back with you kind of thing.
You're gonna have to have this conversation with them 3 times before they start putting it in. Right now, it's not real yet, and you're gonna make it real. And when they say that, I would follow up and I would say, let's say you say, if you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease, your referral would mean the world to me. And then they say something like, yeah, yeah, yeah. If I know anybody, I'll keep you in mind. You can follow up by saying, I really appreciate that. I
Okay.
really love real estate and I want this to be my forever career. And one thing that I've learned is that my sphere is what is going to make that happen for me. So my friends and my family and my village, like you, providing me referrals for the people that they know that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, that's what's going to put food on my table for my family and make this career possible for me. So thank you. I really appreciate that. That requires you to be a little bit humble, but humble wins the awards.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Good job. All right, Jeanette, Amaret, Sharon.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry. Um, So I called one a client of mine that I had for years, and I heard like a year ago that he had got his real estate license. And once that happened, I stopped communicating. I was like, so today I was scrolling down, his name came up, and I called him. I did the Ford script. I asked him about his family. He said it was fine. And I asked him for, because he's more into the commercial side. So I asked him for if he has any friends and family that are looking for residential to, send them my way. And we had a very good conversation. I even invited him to come to Realty Texas to be part of the family and have the support that he needed through commercial. So his family's doing great. It was great. He even gave me a phone number of someone that is looking for a property in Leander where he lives, and he can't give them their undivided attention because he's doing commercial and in San Antonio. So he's like, can I give you this and you give me a referral? I was like, absolutely. So I got a number from someone that I was afraid to call because he had got his real estate license a year ago.
Woo! That's powerful.
Yeah, it was good.
That's better than good. That is phenomenally good. Okay, amazing. Amrit.
Yes, called a past client of mine from my previous business, and after we checked in on, family, occupation, and all the whole Ford script, she was like, I was thinking about calling you yesterday because I want to list my home for sale, and I want to go buy land in Kingsland, Texas, and so we have a coffee date on Tuesday, right after my mega mini, that we're gonna go meet with Miss Lisa Zacharias and possibly help her.
And we have a really great agent who lives in Kingsland. Her name is Karen Mattis. She was agent number 6 at Realty Texas, so she's been here for a really long time. So if you're looking for someone in Kingsland that can help you, one of the people that I know that does that market really well is Karen Mattis. Wonderful, amazing.
Jack, anyone in San Antonio you can refer?
Anyone that I can, well, Renee Pretty right here does San Antonio, and she's right
Ooh.
here. Renee Pretty.
Oh, I don't see her.
But
Okay.
she's waving at you right now.
Oh, hi, Renee. Let me put your name down. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Sharon Barton.
Hello. Um, I called, the first person I called was a previous client who has claimed me as family. She was unable to answer. Obviously, I believe she's at work, so I left her a message. But I didn't stop there. I went and I called, this would be my second contact about it, a close friend of mine. I called her to ask her some questions and see what she had to say about her mother and what's going on in her life. And somehow we got around to two people that she knows who have land, and a lot of land, and two giant houses, is what she says. One house on the lake, the other just on a large property. And I nailed her down and got her to agree to help me get them on the books. Because I don't know them directly. So indirectly, I need an appointment they're here in San Antonio, but the property isn't. But I need to get in with her, the man's girlfriend, in order to get an appointment with the man. And we will go from there. So I have that.
And another person from San Antonio. All right, so what are we learning from this class?
It
What's your
works.
take? What is that our takeaway? Is it works?
Call people.
Works. Not only does it work, but it's very empowering to know you're treating them like family and close friends.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, most of all, I feel like all of us feel so much better about after having those calls. Like we're all very happy just talking to a, a an old friend or whatever. We all did. So I feel better about having the call. It made me feel good to make them feel good, and I know they did too. So
Sherry.
It requires picking up the phone and being relentless. Jeanette, what you did, in my opinion, was relentless of calling somebody that could have been intimidating to call. And so just picking up the phone and being relentless and doing that.
And it's my hope and wish for each of you that you import every single contact into your phone and you call them all. And it's funny, in our Mega 17 group in January, one of our Mega students, who I will not name, but she said, I decided that I was going to call everyone, even my ex, and I don't even like him. And she did, and it was the most amazing thing. So, I mean, that's the thing. Get everybody in your database and call them all. And remember when I said pick your pain? The great thing about forcing you to make the phone calls is you realize that it's the least painful thing of all. Of calling the people we don't know in the ISA department and pounding the phones and making 100 phone calls, that is more painful than calling the people that you already know. But it felt like it would be less painful, but it's more work. But we're going to run out of people in our sphere and we need more people. So we need to do both. But the calls you make first should be every single person in your phone, every single person you know, going through your text message now and realizing I need more people. And you're going to realize that you have a database problem. Not that you don't have one because you do now, it's that you don't have enough people in there. And you start taking that seriously, which is one of the reasons why I created the app the way it works. As soon as you're in your phone and you save a new contact, you close your Realty Texas app and open it again, it's going to pop up and say, hey, we sensed a new contact that's not in your CXM. Would you like to import it? Yes, I want to import it. And so it's helping synchronize your phone with your CRM so that you don't have to be doing data entry or not have a true synchronization. So you have some people in your app and some people in your CXM and not be able to keep that straight. So when you see real estate from my vantage point, we've created a tool for you that helps you manage your people. You're on the phone with a seller or a prospective seller and you're driving in the car and stop at a light and you click save. Next time you open your CXM, hey, we see a new contact. You want to import it? Yes, because that's the contact that I need right now because that's the last person I spoke with. That's going to be my appointment. So go through your text messages and find those text message threads of people that you know that for whatever reason, all the way up until this point, you haven't saved them as a contact yet because they have to be saved as a contact in your phone in order to import them. Okay, we're going to hear from Adam Bailey. This is we're going to listen to this from the 2-minute point to the 8-minute point about best practices for ISAs.
Want to know is it's not just the numbers, it's the quality of your inside sales agent team and how they are so effective and have such high conversion rates. I think a big part of that is how they communicate with people. So I'd really like to talk about, if I could get you to share that with the crowd, how they're so dang good at conversation and communication with people they don't know, oftentimes just online leads or leads that come in through a number of lead sources, how they're good at nurturing those leads, following up with those leads until we ultimately get them to a point where they want to meet face to face.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. When I got started in real estate 2009, 2010, we were still in a recession.
That's right.
When IDX feeds was just starting to come out around that time, like 2010, I think we started with Boomtown around that time. They were a very small company. I think we were like a 20, 25 client for them, right? They were a small startup company. Now they're a fast growing company. Like you have Zinc, you have, Real Geeks, you have everything to choose from. And I started out as a buyer's agent and I started generating these leads for myself and just getting into real estate. And I was just hammering the phone like everyone else. You ready to buy or sell? And I was just like, man, we're spending a lot of money, and we were about 90,000 to 100,000 in the hole with these internet leads, and I was trashing them all. And then they started coming back around the 9-month mark, 10-month mark, because they were getting dripped on. And then I started asking them questions like, what made you come back to the site? And then just started to reverse that psychology. And then I started split testing different intros to get the intro down that we have. And I understood there was a whole psychological process. When you go and look for homes right now on the internet, you're probably not ready to buy tomorrow or within 30 days. So there's a fantasy stage, whatever, a dream stage. There's actually an information gathering, collecting stage. There's an actively just looking stage. And we hear that from everybody. And then there's actual purchasing, driving by, looking at the exterior, checking out the neighborhood, all of that stuff. So there's like 4 stages. And you have to understand the 4 stages and communicate effectively for what stage they're in, and then put them in a sequenced follow-up touching system that is speaking to them for where they're at and what stage they're in. That's going to nurture them, because we hear the big nurture word, through the whole cash conversion cycle, which is 6 to 18 months for buyer leads to get them to percolate and get into a position to purchase.
That's phenomenal. Yeah. And I think that's the key, is knowing the different degrees of urgency, as you said, what stage they are in the process when you come in contact with them, and then setting them up in a variety of automated touch campaigns, whether that be email or text or what have you, with different degrees of frequency depending on where they are. Clearly, someone that's ready to start, looking at houses, that's going to be a high frequency touch. People that are just kind of in the fantasy stage or dream stage, we're going to be a little less frequent in our communication. And then, of course, everything in between. And so that's the automated part. Adam, I'm going to keep coming at you. I want to know, I want the meat and potatoes. I want to know the part that you got to do, that your ISAs do. What are they saying to these guys? And let's go chronological. Let's start with that initial response. When that phone call, when they make that initial phone call to a prospective lead, let's talk about that initial response period.
So there's 3 parts to my intro, and it seems kind of lengthy. And we can kind of break this down. But when we first call them, we're basically just saying, ring, ring.
Hello. Sorry.
Brian.
Yes. Yes.
This is Adam Bailey calling from XYZ Company. Real quick, I see here that you had created an account, and I personally wanted to call and say thank you for that. I see here you looked at a couple of homes, didn't know if I could answer any questions you may have, or if I could just really understand your situation. And then we pause.
Yeah, kind of weird. Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of people, they're registering on all these other IDX feeds, right? And everybody else is calling them in the market to buy or sell. When do you think you'll list? When do you want to get out? And we hit them with the pattern interrupt, right? And the first pattern interrupt in that intro is a thank you. Because we want to come across as a resource hub, a resource center in this. And when somebody picks up the phone and just says, thank you for creating an account, what are you going to say to them? Okay.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I don't care even about answering questions that they're looking at. I don't care if they're buying or selling at that time. We purchase off of pain or pleasure. And I prescribe to that. And I want to understand their situation as quick as possible, so I can start understanding what their pain points are, what their goals are, what their hurdles are to be able to sell or purchase. And then I want to reverse engineer from there and offer solutions to get them to take action that's optimized off of that net result that they're going to experience. And so we hit them with situation, and a lot of people are calling and asking, how's your home search going? How's the website going? What prompted you to register, right? They're beating around the bush, right? It's going good. I'm 12 months out, or I'm a ways out, and they don't get very specific. And so with situation, what you're going to find is 30% of the people are going to puke their situation on you. Got this going on. I need help. This is where I'm at. And the other 70%, we want to get a response that is just looking, not in the market to buy a home right now. The website force registered me. So we're going to predict how this conversation is going to go, right? Sure. So 70% is going to say, I'm just looking. What happens when most people, when they say, I'm just looking, I'm not in the market to buy a home, their tone is crappy. They're just kind of standoffish. And most people it takes the wind out of their sail. Okay. With us, fantastic, outstanding, perfect, no problem. You can use one of those keywords. I don't care. Make it your own and own it. But you have to be very positive when they hit you with that, the prospect, because that's what we predict they're going to say. That's what they are going to say.
Right.
Fantastic. Most people that register on our website are just like you. They're usually just looking, browsing. We echo back a keyword or time frame that they told us.
Okay. You're getting the flavor a little bit for ISAs. These are calling people who have registered on the website and having that initial call. We're trying to find out, are they ready? Are they willing? Are they able? What interests them in the property that they registered for? You know, they are, in my estimation, they're making a mistake because they didn't register helpmefindinagent.com. They registered on 123 Main Street and they were interested in that property. How many of you, if you saw a TikTok video on some kind of product and you clicked a button on that product and then a salesperson called you and wanted to talk to you about everything except that product, would that be a little bit weird? So, hi Tom, this is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. I see you registered on our website regarding 123 Main Street. Did you want to see that property? Would you like to make an appointment to see that property? What about that property interests you? Can I answer any questions about that property? The idea is setting the appointment and go show them that property and get the representation agreement signed in the driveway. And we run Facebook ads on our own in-house listings, which is where all of our listings come from. So when you get to the property, it's not about a buyer rep, it's about showing the property, but it's also about a buyer rep. I'm looking at the statistics on a listing that we have, and just over the last 4 days, we've had 228 leads for that listing. 228 people who by the way, we just emailed them and invited them to come to the open house on Saturday and Sunday, and invited them to come. And we are still looking for a Saturday agent. So get with Miguel if you have Saturday free, aka tomorrow, to do an open house in Round Rock. Okay, so yes, we can take the approach here that they had, which is, really try to get them to understand. Thank you for registering on our website. We see you're interested in buying or selling, and then start talking to them about their need to buy and sell. But that conversation is not why they registered in the first place. They registered about a property. You should keep it relevant to that and have some empathy and respect for the person who clicked the button and what they were looking at. When people register on our website, we know what they were looking at. It tells us where they clicked that button, on which property that they were interested in clicking that button. So, conversation starter fluid. If it stalls, jump back into the forward script. But it shouldn't stall, because once you start the forward script, it's enough. No more going back away from cold calls or lead calls back to your spheres. Hi, Tom. This is Jack. How have you been? I've not talked with you in a while and wanted to see how you're doing. How are you? How's the wife? How's the kids? And if you want to use this script for those people who you're a little nervous to bring up the conversation, I'm calling my whole village, my family, my friends, the whole bit, and letting them know that I'm in real estate and have that conversation with them. You need to call them and let them know that you are a real estate agent. And I have several different scripts here that I put together that I think that it's going to help you have a much better go of it when you're having these phone calls. Now let's go through our CRM and let's talk about what our smart plans, our action plans, and our pipelines look like. Sales agents should likely not make less than 20 calls a day. That's the minimum. Now remember, we need 100 calls to find 3 people that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. If you call more often, you can turn up the volume a little bit, increase the success rate to that 4% or 5%, which is squeezing out more opportunity from the same amount of leads. But you need to check out 3 or 6 leads, 3 or 6 consumers. have these 3 or 6 people that you've made a whole bunch of phone calls to try to find. Keep making your phone calls and keep until you get 3 referrals or 6 referrals based on how much you want to make that year and what your goal is. So you should keep making these calls. You're going to have maybe 200-300 people that's in your database of people that you know. Making 20 calls a day, you're going to be able to hit 400 of them in a month. So that's a problem because you're going to run out of people because you're not going to call them once a month. You're going to call them a few times a year. And so you're going to be scratching your head saying, I need more people in my database. You do need more people. You do need more people. So then you're going to have to subsidize that by doing open houses in the weekends and getting referrals from them and making 3-hour ISA appointments. If you've completely, you've done a fantastic job and you've called your entire sphere and you're on week 3 of the month and you're looking at yourself in the mirror thinking, I've made all my phone calls. I got 5 referrals from it. Now what? The 5 referrals that you got, when you called them, you're asking them for referrals too. And then you should sit with Gavin and ask him to put you on a regular schedule in the ISA department to come in for your 4-hour appointment. You have a choice when you make your appointment, a 3-hour or a 4-hour appointment. When you schedule that time, that's your time slot. It's on your schedule every Tuesday at 10 or whatever your scheduled time slot is. But that's your scheduled time slot. You put on your headset. You know that your goal is to call 100 people and walk away with 3 leads. You're trying to find 30 to 60 leads that you can get over the course of 30, 60, 90 leads a month. If you can get 100 leads a month, referrals, you're going to make $1 million because those are 100 people that are ready, willing, and able. And at some point, that's a lot. That's almost too much. All right, new leads. The goal. Let's talk about what the goal is for each pipeline. We have a pipeline called new. We have a pipeline called intent to reach, a pipeline called last chance, a pipeline called incubate, nurturing. And so we're going to go through each one of our pipelines and you're going to get to know them. But before we do this, there's a statistic that will help you. And I think the more you see the numbers on this, it actually gives you a little bit of a better feeling when you're in the chair. Because if you call 5 people and you don't get a hold of them, you start feeling like, well, no one's answering the phone. This isn't going to be successful. There's 100 people, and out of those 100, you're going to get 3. That's what we're signing up for. We know that when we're calling website leads like you have in the grabber and that we have in our company. Out of those 100 leads, 33% of them are going to go to the dead leads. Does anybody remember what the definition of dead lead really means for our company?
Call them 9 times.
No, not at all.
They bought a house.
That's exactly the opposite of what a dead lead is.
Oh, really?
Yes, because that person is going to buy again in 5 years and 5 years after that. And so if we look at people as a transaction and we throw away their information, then we've completely missed the boat. But not
Have
not
another agent?
and so not only that, Leor, but you want a referral from them. We've had people who bought with someone else and we talked with them and we got a referral and then we asked them, why did we get the referral? And they said, because no one else asked. A dead lead is only one thing. It's the do not call list. They said, don't call me again. Dead lead means they instructed us not to call them again. We have 200,000 people in our database. That's a small town in our database. And most of them have bought a house in the last 5 years. But we're not in this for today. We're in this for the next 30 years, next 100 years. And so we're going to continue collecting as many people as we can, calling all of them, getting referrals from them, and hopefully to be their agent the next time they decide to buy and sell, whether it's an investment property, whether they're going to downsize, upsize, whatever that is. So 33% of the leads in the first 100 batch, somewhere in there, they're going to be telling you, I don't want to be contacted. And then we say, "Oh, I am so sorry. You registered on one of our Facebook leads, and we have a duty for fair housing to make sure that we reach out to every single person who registers and treat all of our customers the same. So I apologize. If you like, I can add you to our do not call so you don't get a call. But do you mind if I ask what interests you about 123 Main Street?" And then see where that takes you. They might just say no and hang up on you. That's okay. When people hang up on me, you know what my thought is? They just save me time. Because I can either look at it and be upset that they hung up on me, but I'm going to be very transparent. I hang up on a lot of people. People call me every day and I get 30 or 40 phone calls and I hang up on a lot of people. I have no choice, but I have to. I have to cut through the noise. Who is another broker? Who's another agent who's trying to show a listing? Who's got to complain about one of our agents? I get 300 to 500 phone calls a day. I have to cut through it and I have to quickly find out it's a sales call. Done. I don't have time for it. I just don't even have time. So they've saved me time by hanging up. I would rather them hang up and let me go on to my next call than them decide to take out all of their frustration so far up to that day on me on the phone in that moment. I'd rather them just hang up because, again, 33% don't want services and they don't want to be contacted. That's okay. That's their right. Now, 33% of another 33%, they're non-responsive. We can't get a hold of them. We're trying. It's going to take 9 calls, even longer to get a hold of them. So they're just kind of in this attempt to reach and they fall into the opportunity vault and they just stay there and we continue contacting them. Last year, 2025, we had a lead that registered in 2017, and we had called them over the last 9 years and left voicemails. We sold them a home 9 years later. That is I'm so proud of that, by the way, because that's relentless. We're not throwing leads away. And finally, that person answered the phone. Actually, Gavin brought that to me, otherwise I would have never known. And the last 33% actually convert. About 33% of the people who actually ask us for help, we're able to get on the phone with them and we have some type of conversation. So when I say convert, we actually have a conversation with them and they remain in our database and we're allowed to call them long term for referrals. Convert to me does not mean I sold them a house. Convert was, yes, I would like to be in your database and get calls from you long term. That to me is a conversion because that person is going to be part of the long term nurturing that we're going to do and calling them 3 to 5 times a year. We have an opportunity vault. Now, opportunity vault is the 33% of non-responsive. The opportunity vault is where we've called them 9 times and they never answered the phone. So then they fall out of our pipelines and they land into a pipeline that you have on your app and in your CXM. The entire company can call this at any time. Now, we shut down our calls by a hard cutoff, 9 to 9 and 10 to 10 on Sunday. So you try to call and it won't even let you outside of these calling hours, even though this is technically not cold calling because at some point they registered with us, but most of these are outside that 18-month window anyway. So we're still going to kind of consider these a cold call, but when they do answer the phone, we're still going to reference how we got their information and why we're calling them. Hundreds of thousands of people, 125,000 people, are in our system, and 35,000 of them we're still trying to make contact with. So that's a lot. That is, as far as I can tell, that amount of people, the 35,000, is about $17 million in commissions. That's a lot of value there. We have a database of people that we've not been able to get a hold of, and we're leaving voicemails because these are good emails and good phone numbers, and they just haven't called us. They're doing to us what Lisa and I did to Dial Maxwell back in 2020. When I called them, because I purchased 4 vehicles from them in the past, maybe 5, and Lisa and I were gonna buy a pair of Jeeps, so I called and I left a message and I got a phone call the next day. By then, I didn't have time anymore because actually I had started Mega, and there's no way I'm going to have time at all to be having those conversations with a salesperson. And so it was interesting me being in Mega and me watching this salesperson call me the way that I'm teaching my agents to call other people, and it was just kind of this interesting thing. So I didn't have time to call. And this person called me every single morning, every single day. Finally, when I was ready, I did call them back. And I had Lisa and I were sitting at the counter having a conversation with her. And she said, "Yeah, well, as an employee here, they make us make phone calls." And she said, "We are required by now Maxwell to make at least 100 outbound calls every single day. They have to make 100 outbound calls every day." And I looked at Lisa and I said, "Can we make that? Can we make our agents do that too?" I mean, can and so the thing is that that now Maxwell and that salesperson could have very easily, after the 3 weeks went by and I never called back or never even attempted to call back, could have very easily just given up, thrown the number away and called other phone numbers. But the thing is they didn't. And so neither do we. And so there are people, and a lot of them in this bucket that you can convert. And again, almost $20 million, $17 million worth of commissions that are sitting there. So that's a lot. As an agent, at some point, when you look at what a sales agent does, your money comes from prospecting and being on the phone. That's how you pull leads into the business. You almost don't have time to do anything else. And so it would be very smart for an agent or a couple of agents to come together and hire an assistant and have them work for four or five of you. And so instead of one of you paying one person $20 an hour, each of you pay $5 an hour for an assistant, and that assistant help all of you. Um, I think it's a really good idea to really look at yourself as the face of the company so that you're doing the open houses and you are making the phone calls and focus as much as you can on the front end of this and having those conversations because once you've actually find these leads, you have to go sell them a house too, because you're not just a salesperson. You're also the delivery engine of the services. So you have to have the time in the business to call the people, but then you have to call the referral and get your representation agreement signed and deliver expert real estate services to them. And so, if you're your own admin and you are the salesperson and you're the technician out in the field helping them with the real estate services, then at some point the number of hats that you wear become diminishing returns. And because you're doing everything, you end up not being able to maximize the amount of money to a tune of a loss of $240 an hour or $500 an hour because you're being your own assistant and you could be earning so much more if you could spend more time pulling leads into your business. So again, 3 to 6 leads is what you're really looking for to convert into your business. That is what I want to see you guys focusing on. Okay. We have in our database a set of action plans. This is what the follow-up system that we have in our system looks like. This is your CXM follow-up system. When a new lead falls into the new pipeline, the moment that it's registered, they get an email, and then a call task is generated, and then a text message is sent to them right after you leave a voicemail if they don't answer the phone. If they answer the phone, then now you're going to have to pick what pipeline to put them in. 33% is going to be do not call, DNC, dead leads. 33%, they're not going to answer the phone. The system's automatically going to put it in the intent to reach pipeline. And what the intent to reach pipeline is a pipeline that is teaching them, that is putting them through a battery of phone calls for the 9 calls. If they do answer, then there's one of 4 pipelines that they can go into. But right now, we're just going to talk about the lead life cycle as if they didn't answer the phone. So our intent to reach, trying to get them on the phone. So day 1, it is 1 phone call. Then it falls into intent to reach. On that first day of intent to reach, we're going to call them at 9 o'clock and at 4 o'clock. And so in the morning, they get an email. We do a call, the text message after the call, we call them in the afternoon. And then on days 3, 4, and 5, we're calling them in the morning. On day 6, we call them twice. We skip a day 7. On day 8, we call them 2 more times. Gavin sometimes will take these people and put them back into new and let them go through the entire thing again. But on day 8, on the second call, if Gavin doesn't take action and lets it fall into the opportunity vault, then you have a lead that is sitting in the opportunity vault that is open to the entire company at your own normal split with no referral fee back to the company because it's the opportunity vault. And we've already called them 9 times. You have a 90% chance now to get a hold of them at that spot. And so we're letting them fall into our opportunity vault. And so those, in my mind, are probably the biggest and best opportunity we have in the company for our agents. But no, they always want the first one. They want the brand new lead that no one's called yet, not realizing that the person that we've called 8 times actually is a better lead because someone else spent the time calling that first 8 times, knowing that now we have a 90% chance of getting a hold of them. We have 2 different action plan bases. One's in English and one's in Spanish in terms of our pipelines. Our pipelines are broken down into unsure, lease, buy, or sell. So if someone is registered on our website and said that they're a buyer or a seller or a tenant, then we know a little bit more information about them. So when we're delivering emails and we're delivering text messages, our text messages are crafted to what it is that they're looking to do, buy, sell, lease. Versus unsure is they didn't tell us and so we don't know, so it's a little bit more general. So again, we have English and Spanish for our pipelines, and it's all set up for a battery of calls and to put them in the pipeline so that eventually we can get in touch with them. So here is the overall graph view or the life cycle of our pipelines. Something comes into new, and if they don't answer the phone, it's going to go into attempt to reach. If they do answer the phone, it's likely going to go into incubate. If they answer the phone and say, don't call me again, it's going to go into DNC. So new, intent to reach, and then it falls into the last chance, and then it falls into the opportunity vault. And from any of these 4 pipelines, anyone can go into DNC because by the time we actually get them on the phone, they can ask to be unsubscribed from our systems. Park is a pipeline for people that you don't know what to do with. People that are in your phone that was imported through the entire import, like your 8-year-old kid who happens to have a cell phone. You're not going to call them. I know that. So you put them in Park. You're not going to put them in DNC. You just leave them in Park because you know it's someone that you're not going to call. You have Domino's Pizza in your phone. And you're like, okay, I'm not going to call them once a month asking the person who randomly answers the phone, do you want to buy a house? That doesn't make sense, but it's still imported. So you put those people in Park. So Park is going to be some data that was imported that just doesn't make sense to have in your system. So we created a pipeline for that. And at some point, maybe your 8-year-old turns into a 19-year-old, and next thing you know that you're buying a property for your 19-year-old for their first condo at UT or whatever. So you can take people from Park and put them in Incubate. So Incubate is someone who says, you know what, I'm looking at buying a house or looking at selling a home. I'm interested, but I I don't know when. Or they say, yeah, I was just looking. That's it. I was just looking. And you're thinking, okay, well, can I call you in about 6 months just to check in on you? Yeah, you can call me. So they made no commitment at all. No commitment at all to buy or sell a home. But they didn't say those magic words, don't call me again. And you ask them, can we call in just a couple of months and just check in to see if anything's changed? We know that the average consumer needs a good CPA, a good attorney, and a good real estate agent. And we'd like to be that good real estate agent. We build relationships with our clients for life, and we like to, call about every couple of months just to check in to see if maybe something's changed. Maybe you know someone who could benefit from our services, or maybe you are getting ready to do something as well. And usually they're fine with that. So then we put them in incubate so that we can just call the incubate, check in on them and see what's going on because they haven't made a commitment. But if they did say that they're interested in buying at all, anywhere, yeah, you know what? I do want to buy a house. Whether that's 30 days from now or next year, they made an important distinction. They want to buy or sell or lease. So we're going to put them in nurturing because now we have someone who is at a little bit higher level than incubate. Incubate is just they didn't say, don't ever call me again. But the nurturing, this is someone who's looking for real estate services at some point. At least they mentioned that. So that's a higher quality. We're going to put them in there and we're going to talk to them more often. Now, the goal for nurturing is to find out, set an appointment, figure where they are. Maybe it's 2 weeks, maybe it's a month, but get a representation agreement signed. And the goal of the representation agreement pipeline is to get them under contract. And the goal of the under contracts are to get them closed. But the difference is these pipelines over here are what we call tier one pipelines because these are pipelines that you never created a room for. And so the client themselves has a pipeline status. No, the client themselves has a pipeline status. Yes, I said that right. And these are the pipeline statuses for clients. These are the pipeline statuses for rooms. At the point you find out someone is interested at some point buying a home, we actually create a room for them and assign them to a room. And we tag the room with information about what it is that they're looking for. And so the ready, the willing, and able is partly from the client record and partly from the room record. Are you willing? Is here. And then they're saying willing, yes. Okay, I'm willing to buy a home. Now we're going to create a room and we're going to find out, are you able and are you ready? Because those are just timing issues. You want to buy, we're going to create a room. That might be a year credit repair, who knows what it is. But now we're going to get you in the nurturing and we're going to try to get a rep agreement, try to get you under contract, help you purchase a home by delivering expert real estate services. And now we're going to call them forever in the closed pipeline. Now, later they decide to buy another house. This closed pipeline is a room. It had a property associated with it. It had, all the information regarding a property. Now they want to buy something else. We're calling them from the closed pipeline and we create a new room. And now they're in nurturing and get a rep agreement. And now they're in rep agreement and closed. And then eventually now we have two records in the closed for them. We're still only going to call the pipelines once. They're only going to get that one phone call from us, but now we're going to be calling them more often because they're in these pipelines. And if at any point during the flow they decide that they're not going to buy a home or that room gets canceled, we put that room in the cancel pipeline. Because you very well could be that, you ended up putting a property and you got the rep agreement signed and they had a whole room put together and they got through their inspection, decided they want to terminate. At that point, we need to keep that room. We're not going to destroy that room and just change it to a different property address because too much has happened. So we're going to cancel that room, and all the documents are going to stay there and open a new room, put them back in rep agreement, and then put the new property in there. So one client, multiple properties, one dominion relationship, one client, multiple properties, and each property is a room. So there's a big difference between our tier one pipelines and tier two pipelines. The tier one pipeline is all customer based. The tier two is all room based. And one room can have multiple customers. So you could have husband, wife, or mom and son, or dad and brother, or that kind of thing where mom and son are going to buy a house together, or whatever it is, which happens quite often. They do investment properties that way. So the intent in the new pipeline, what is your intent for someone who is registered on your website and they show up in your new pipeline?
Make the appointment.
Okay, well, but even before you make the appointment, this person just registered and your phone just went off that someone just registered. So what is the intent on them?
Call within
Call
20
before 20 seconds.
That's right. We want to contact them really quick and we want to try to get them on the phone. And so we are trying to contact them right now. We're trying to get them on the phone. Hopefully they get on the phone, hopefully, but not, maybe so. And so now what about the nurturing pipeline? What is the goal with them?
Now making the appointment.
Yes, we want to get it. We want to set an appointment. We want to get them pre-qualified. We want to get them with the lender. But yes, the nurturing people, we are actually trying to set the appointment to go get our representation agreement signed. Now, what our goal is for people and what pipeline we put them on is a little bit different. But once we have them nurturing and we've got them pre-qualified and they're ready to go, then rep agreement. Now, I am happy. Typically, we get them uh, rep agreement after. So in that nurturing, I agree. It is set the appointment. The rep agreement is to get them under contract. And the under contract obviously is to get them closed. And when they're in the closed pipeline, what is our big goal?
Follow up.
Referrals.
Referrals, follow up 100%. So the goal in every single one of these pipelines is to move them to the next pipeline. And so this is what it looks like in your CXM. When you open your CXM on the left-hand side, you see this exact set of buttons. At the top, opportunity. That's our opportunity vault. Those are all those people that we called 8 times and they didn't answer, and then it fell into the opportunity vault, and there's a lot of opportunity there. Here's your new pipeline, your intent to reach pipeline, your last chance pipeline, incubate pipeline, and the do not call. So these are all the people who we haven't talked to them yet. Now, the incubate, we have spoken to them, but and that's why it's yellow, because the colors actually mean something. The dark means canceled or DNC, so just get those out of the way. The yellow, those are in the tier one. The yellow means that we've spoken to them, but everybody else we haven't spoken to yet. We haven't spoken to the new, we haven't spoken to the attempt to reach, and we haven't spoken to the last chance. And these incubate, these are people that said, yeah, you can keep calling me, but I'm not really interested in looking to do anything. So we're not going to create a room and build out a room for them yet. We're just going to leave them here. And a lot of people end up in here. We've got tens of thousands of people in here, and we're calling our incubates about every 45 days. At the point any of these if we get in touch with these guys or one of the incubates say, yeah, I'm ready to buy, then now they come over here or sell or lease. They fall into the tier twos. Nurturing again is someone who doesn't have a rep agreement signed yet. And so we're nurturing them to set an appointment to go meet them to get the representation agreement signed. And once the representation agreement is signed, they fall into rep agreement. And now we're actively marketing their homes or helping them try to find something. And then once they go under contract, they fall into under contract. Once they go to close, they fall into closed. And so tier two is where your money pipelines are. This is where your uh, pipelines are starting to fill up because you've got people who are actively searching. And so it helps you, especially with a large group of people, helps you manage more the flow of the information. So this is a good page to rip out and put on the wall so that you can see a description of every single pipeline so that you can keep it clear of exactly what they're for. Because a lot of thought was put into this CRM because we built it from the perspective of a top producing real estate agent so that you can help segment your clients and you have pipelines that are specifically designed for you in keeping track of where your clients are in the life cycle of leads. So, new. How many of you have used your V card? So there is on the bottom of that V card a lead registration form right there. They can enter their name, their phone number, their email address. They can pick what they're looking for, buy, sell, or lease, click a button, and boom, it falls directly into your CRM. You get a notification on your app that they registered. They automatically get an email, and then a call is queued for you to call them, and they're sitting in the new pipeline. You have a lead registration form on your realtytexas.com website and on every single one of your listings. When you have a listing live in the MLS, there's a lead generation form on that for you as well. And so there's about 8 different lead registration forms that are all over tech that we've built for you. Your referrals, your blogs, your testimonials, your listings, and your V card and your website. So lots of places for a client to stumble upon you and register. That's what's so valuable about going to the Blast Labs in the afternoon, because when you do a blog, that blog is designed for SEO and AEO engine in answer engine optimization and search engine optimization. Answer engine meaning AI optimization, which we'll talk about that later in the series. That blog is going to start ranking for you on page one and people can register. You rank on page one for your name and people can register. And when they do, again, it falls into your new pipeline and you haven't attempted to call them yet. New means you've made zero attempt to contact them. But once you click that call button, it's going to move them into another pipeline, either intent to reach because they didn't answer the phone, or incubate because they did and they are not ready to buy a house, or you put them in nurturing because they answered the phone and said they are interested in setting an appointment and meeting with you. So our intent to reach, this is probably the most important pipeline for you to be focusing your attention on, which we've added this as a test question, because this is your ability to convert more leads. They register on your website, they're sitting in intent to reach, and now this is going to be those 8 calls that you're going to make. Remember, the sixth call is the 90% chance of getting a hold of them. So then we call 3 more times. We call them 9 times. But we've already made 1 call, right? We've already called them while they're in the new pipeline. So by the time they're here, they're going to get 8 phone calls because 1 phone call was in the new pipeline. 8 phone calls is going to be in intent to reach. And it's actually, we don't call them 8 times because we call them 6 times because we have broken intent to reach into 2. We've broken intent to reach into the first 6 calls, and then they go to last chance. And the last chance, we're calling them no less than 2 times a day. And the reason I created this pipeline is because when people were in the intent to reach, when customers and consumers, when a lead and prospect was in that pipeline, the agents didn't know when they were reaching the 6th call. Even though we would show on the screen which ones were on their 6th call, we know how important it is that call 6 through 9, how important that is, because that's the highest chance of getting a hold of them. So we created its own pipeline for this, its own pipeline. So when people fall into that 6, 7, 8, 9 call, it's in here. And now you can be sure to be giving this some serious attention, because if you're going to call an order, my recommendation is the first person you call is the new, the second you call is the last chance, and the third one you call is the intent to reach, because you can make your calls by the most overdue one, or you can make your call based on the pipeline. And so if you've got 30 minutes and you've got 20 leads, obviously you don't have enough to call them all. So if you're going to prioritize, I would call the new first, and then I would call the last chance second. And then when I came back, I would probably do that again until there's nothing in there, and then hit the intent to reach. And if you're not able to keep up with your leads, meaning every day calling them so they move forward, then you need more time in your lead generation window. So you need to expand the hours of operation of your lead generation, of your returning your calls. Again, that nurturing pipeline, again, this is where they've answered the phone and they've committed in some way. They're looking to do something. So a requirement is set an appointment and go meet them in the real world. Set them up on an MLS client gateway, whether they're a seller or a buyer. Why would I set up a seller on a client gateway? Someone give me an answer to that quagmire. Why would I put a seller in a portal for their own property? Raul and then Lior.
So they can see the activity on it. They can see people wanting to go look. And not only that, they're on a gateway because they're selling a house. They're going to be looking for somewhere else.
Yep, Lior, did you have anything to add to that? Nope. Okay, so Raul nailed it for sure. That's exactly right, Raul. I want them to know what the homes are selling for in their neighborhood. So every time something lists, they're going to see it pop up. And I mark the gateway active, pending, active contingent, sold for the last 30 days. So when I set the portal up, they can see everything. You might go back 6 months. They can see everything that's closed for the last 180 days. And then they see everything that comes new into the MLS. They see it when it's going pending, and they see it when it's marked sold. That's helping giving them a little bit more information and educating them on what's going on inside their subdivision. And I can tell you that I've also set up for buyers who bought in the neighborhood. I've set that up for them because they started calling me and asking me, "Hey, I saw a sign come up. What was that one listed for? What that one sell for?" Because they were just curious. So you can also set up your buyers when they close on their home in a portal just to keep them updated on what's going on in the market. And every single time it's a personal email that came from you about their neighborhood, and they are interested. And so these are just good tactics to employ in your business, SOPs in your business that you're checking off at every juncture. But again, the nurturing pipeline is set an appointment, set them up in the MLS gateway regardless, and then send them an RPR every time they favorite a property and letting them know that you'd be happy to go show them that property that they favorited. Maybe they're not ready. Maybe they're just looking at the listings and they don't want to go see them. Maybe they're privately driving by them and want to see the neighborhood first. And then if they like it, then they'll set an appointment for you to go show them. But we don't get to decide that they're going to meet us at a property. They get to decide that we're meeting at a property. So we're going to continue offering that. And the status is that we've spoken to them. And the goal is to set an appointment to meet them in the real world. And we're going to call them in this frame probably once a week to keep up with them. And that's a lot, but you've got them in a portal and they're in the nurturing phase. The rep agreement means that you were able to get a representation agreement, whether that's a listing agreement or whether it's a buyer rep, because you got both of them in here. And so the requirement is that you've moved the signed rep agreement from eSign to your room, you've tagged it, you've got all your documents in order, or on the buy side, you've got them with the lender or got a pre-qualification, you've got them with the lender and got a pre-qual or their proof of funds from the lender. Everything is in your room. You've got them in a portal, and you're going to go and show them everything that they want to go see and let them start, their home search journey. The goal here is to get them under some type of contract, get them working to help them find a property and get them in their option period. So the goal here is to get them under contract. And we're working with them daily, likely. Once you got someone with a rep agreement, we're likely working with them on a daily basis. Now, it could be that you have a rep agreement and you find out that they're not ready yet because you find out that they need credit repair or they're not going to be able to buy. So then we're not going to just ghost them. We're going to help them get into an apartment. Maybe they still need a place. We have Kamei Rogers who can assist you, who leads our apartment locating team. Apartments are paying 100% to 200% in our San Antonio and Austin market. I'm not exactly sure what's going on in the Houston and Dallas market as it pertains to the apartment locators, but I know what's going on in the Austin market and the San Antonio market, and it's big dollars. 200% first month's rent. I mean, that's a commission on a $200,000 home basically. So that could be a really big deal. So I want you guys to just remember if they're not able to qualify right now, you can help them with get a lease. If they're not able to get a lease, you can help them get an apartment. Now they look at you as the person that can always help them with their housing. And then at some point, they're going to be ready to buy down the road. So in the meantime, hopefully you've got them with credit repair if that's their issue, and helping them with getting their financial house together so that they can buy and stop being a rentor. Sometimes we have people who are wanting to rent for a year just so that they can get to know the area before they buy. So we can put them on an MLS portal and continue showing them properties that are in their price range and they're going to rent. So just help them with whatever their housing needs are, with whatever they can actually do, whether it's lease, apartment, or buy. And then again, it's about referrals and staying in contact with them. Once they're in the closed pipeline, this is what you're trying to build to 200 of these. Because once you have 200 of these in your database, your business gets really, really easy. Because these guys, you showcased your services, they already know you, they're gonna use you again, and they're going to have family and friends that they know who's looking, and they're going to be even saying, "Hey, you talked about that awesome agent you had. Who was it? I need them." And then you're calling them, reminding them how much you appreciate those, and you're going to mine your database for success forever, converting probably at this point 200 past closings to a 100% referral based business. And finally, the dead lead. The dead pipeline is people who told us, I don't want you to call me anymore. Put me on do not call. We have had more than 500 people call us from the dead pipeline. They told us, I don't want you to call me anymore. But then later, they needed real estate services, and then they called us. So then we've taken them out of the dead lead pipeline and put them in another pipeline. So don't think for a second that even the dead pipeline stays that way forever, because we've had 500 cases where people have reached out to us later. And I think there's like 18,000 people that we have in the dead leads. So again, like 33% of the leads end up there. So that's a really big deal. All right. So we're going to go on a break. When we come back from the break, we are going to watch a video, and it's a BombBomb video. Raise your hand if you've ever used BombBomb in the past. Interesting to hear your feedback there. All right, cool. 2:40. Let's come back at 2:50. 10-minute break. Lisa, do you need anything?
Well, only let me know when you want to do the scores.
I want to do the score as soon as we come back from break.
Hey Jack, I have a quick question. It's a little bit of an opinion. I just got an email as we're sitting here from, uh, I guess a potential client to sending me an email. The email was like, "Hi, I hope you're having a good day. Maya and I are looking to purchase a property and found your contact while researching local agents. We appreciate the chance to introduce ourselves, share the listing we're considering, and hear your thoughts on the process. Thank you for your time and consideration. Best regards, Jeffrey and Maya." When I look at his email that it came from, it says Oak Grove Cheese Factory at bellnet.ca. And then when I went to reply to that email, it completely changes the email to Jeffrey Doyle 1974 at outlook.com. I'm just confused on if that's I'm gonna send an email back, but I'm confused on if that might be scam or not.
Yeah, so very, very seldom in your career are you ever going to have someone who found you online that's seeking you out that way. Probably in your entire career, that's going to happen less than 5 times. But you're going to
Right.
get an email like that every single day. And so the idea is if they're not being referred to you based on one of the listings you have or someone you already know, there's a high degree, a very high degree, that it is someone trying to do a seller impersonation, meaning they
Mm-hmm.
want you to try to list some property and they're never going to want to meet you and the whole bit. So
Right.
everything that you've shared with me so far tells me that that is a scam.
Yeah, I agree. That was what my gut was telling me, but I wanted to just address it. How should I handle it? Ignore or send an
Nope.
email back and see?
Nope. I would let them know. I would like I would send an email back. There's a good chance that it's going to bounce back anyway, and it's just not going to even get delivered. But in
Mm,
situations like that, I would set a meeting to meet them on Zoom.
okay.
And I want them face to face. And if they meet with you and they refuse to, have their video on, then, but 99% of the time they will refuse to meet with you on Zoom.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep. Okay, welcome back from your break, everyone. Lisa Ormsby.
Well, hello.
The collector of points and the master of Mega Mini.
Yes, I have the points. And I was looking to see if Mary was still in here, but just remember to reach out to her on Teams and wish her happy birthday. She was going to be in partial day today, but it is her birthday today.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I didn't know.
I know some of you said happy birthday to her in morning huddle, but I didn't want to interrupt. Okay. So for our points so far, now I stopped at 11 p.m. last night, but I did go back in this morning. So if they were in there before class started, Those are the points that are recorded so far.
And as a recap, let me go over where they were, who was our leaderboard, unless you have that written down and you want to do it.
I don't. I know you keep it.
Okay, and coming out of our second class, Danielle Gonzalez was in fifth place with 3,775 points. In fourth place, Renee Pretty with 3,825 points. Birdie Irwin in third place, 5,275 points. Raul, second place, 5,825 points. And Jeanette in first place, who received last week's $25 gift card with 6,075 points. Miguel is the keeper of the gift cards. So, Lisa, who is in fifth place coming into class 3?
Okay, I also want to say one more thing. So at the end, when we really add up all the points, that's how we determine you have to have been in class every day with your video on. If you don't and you have high points, then just know you can't, that won't count towards the valedictorian, just so you know. So with that being said, wanted to be clear on that. Because some of you are rocking it with your homework and your memorization, and I love that. So it's not what we said before, not all about the points, it's about what you're learning, 150%. So as the icing on the cake, number 5 at the moment is Harshita.
Ooh, okay.
With
Good job.
5,600 points.
5,600 points.
Mm-hmm.
Harshita.
In fourth place.
Congratulations for showing up on our top 5, Harshita.
Thank you so much.
In fourth place with 6,650 points is Amrit.
Amrit. Way to show up, Amrit. So we've our positions 5 and 4 weren't on our top 5 at all last week. So this is a huge upset.
And I want to just say, when he did his memorization, it was the fastest I've ever heard anybody do it, and yet very articulate. So I said he doesn't get points for that, but I'll give him brownie points. It was pretty cool.
Good job, Amrit. Well, I would love, Amrit, if you are that confident and do them with such good cadence, if you could take that to Tina or Jesus and do that recording so that I can play that video in Mega 19 in the beginning to show them what the standard is. How do you like that?
I would love to do it, Jack.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, now in third place. Oh, it's a tie, actually. I did not notice that. So I don't know if you want me to go back one more person, but it's a tie, 6,650 points.
Okay.
Is Raul.
Okay, so third and fourth places are tied.
Oh. In second place with 7,650 points, there's an upset. It's Jeanette.
What? Okay, Jeanette, good job. You're staying in the top 2.
And now in first place with already 10,600 points is Birdie.
Good job, Birdie. Way to go from being in third position to commanding the first spot with 10,600 points. The first person to achieve more than 10,000 points here in this Mega 18. And the recipient of this module's $25 gift card rather. Miguel will have that gift card for you, so you can be checking in with him. So Birdie in first spot, 10,600. Jeanette, second place, 7,650 points. Raul, third place, 6,650, tied with Amrit. 6650, and Harshita in fifth place. Good job, Mega 18. I love seeing us still being in week 3 and already breaching the 10,000 point, which is halfway to the points that you need to graduate coming out of week 1. All right, amazing. Good job, everyone. We are going to watch a little bomb video, and then we are going to do some role play. We're going to do some scripts training with how to answer grabber leads so that you feel really, really comfortable with the script. Now, when we get into Monday's class, that's going to help you start having a better handle on the tech. We're going to be going through some videos and showing you some videos on the grabber and some other things, especially the buyer rep feature that we have. I'm going to recommend, in fact, we're going to even do that as a class project. You're going to set up a buyer rep agreement for a classmate in your CXM, and you're going to send them the rep agreement through the app. So we're going to take them through the IABS, we're going to take them through the rep agreement, and then we're going to send them the rep agreement right through the app. That whole thing we're going to do together, and then you're going to flip roles, and you're going to be the client once, and you're going to be the agent once. So that's coming next week. Right now, we are going to do a bunch of scripts, but before we do, I want to showcase BombBomb. BombBomb's been around for a number of years now. What is interesting and what value they bring is you can film a video live and it live streams it to a online recording center that plays the recording live back to the consumer in a text message thread or in an email. So the complicated thing about doing YouTube out in the field is you have to film the video on your phone using your local video camera recorder on your phone. Then you end up with a 200, 300, 500 gigabyte file that you then have to upload to YouTube. And you have to create a YouTube account, save the file, uh, enter the description, enter the notes, create a thumbnail, click save, take the link, and then take the link and send it to someone. That is not realistic. And then that is just sitting there as a video forever, which likely wasn't what you were looking to do because you just wanted to send them a quick recording. So BombBomb will allow you to, from their app, do a video recording just one way, just film a video and be able to send it to them. And you're emailing them a lightweight email that's just a thumbnail of the video, and they click play and it's going to play from the browser. So when you're recording it, you're not recording it locally, you're recording it on their servers. And it's got good video quality, good audio quality, and it allows you to be able to easily send someone a video. So it's like sending them an email, but instead you're sending them a video in the email that's lightweight, so there's not going to hit their mailbox rules in terms of file size, attachment size, or weight of the actual email itself. So that is one of the good features that BombBomb has. We're actually building this into your Realty Texas app right now, so you can do the exact same thing and have it for free. That'll be done by third quarter this year. So by about September somewhere, it'll be added to the app. So we're still converting our Realty Texas .me to the new skins. So that's about 3/4 of the way done. We got a little bit more to go, and then we're going to start playing with some more toys like this. So in the meantime, we have a company account. You can ask that's who Bryce, I guess, has it, the email and password for the company's account. And you can get in there and you can play with it. You can test it and test drive it to see if this is something that you want to sign up for on your own. Just know when you use the company's account that everybody who logs in is going to be able to see and play your video. Now, is someone going to see and play your video, I can't imagine why they would do that, right? Just like you're not going to go playing everyone else's video. You're just going to record one, play with it, see if it works. So we've had a lot of people actually use our BombBomb because it doesn't matter really whose account it's under. They're just using it because they don't want to pay for one. And you can use our BombBomb. Uh, we have a discount from BombBomb for people who want to set up a trial. So you can also email us, email Lisa about that. She'll come to me and I'll give her the information. Miguel might still have it for if you want to sign up for this. But let's hear from BombBomb themselves on a couple of ways that they can use it. Now, there's a part of this video, and I've been asking BombBomb, or I sent them an email during Mega 17, if they could redo this video, and they haven't, because they created this video for real estate agents, because BombBomb is huge in real estate. And their technology has actually kind of surpassed what he's talking about in this video. Because in this video, he talks about creating the thumbnail, and now AI creates the thumbnail for you. He's going to hold up a little whiteboard that says, "Hi, John." And so the whole cool idea was that the video would show up in someone's inbox and it would say, "Hi, John" on it. And then people would like, did he film a video just for me? And click play and, "Hey, John, Jack here," and tell him the video. That feature was good for people who just registered on our website and they don't know us yet. So that was like the first call, voicemail, just the first message to them. Pretty powerful stuff. Has a huge conversion rate, but you can also watch the analytics behind it to see, did they watch the whole thing? Did they open it? And that stuff. So that is also a really good use of BombBomb to see how much of it they're watching.
Next year, we released a series of training classes that you guys told us that you absolutely loved, and we haven't done one in a long time. So we wanted to bring something back totally new, totally fresh, that's going to help you convert more leads using video. So why are we doing this? Well, last year we conducted a survey, and we asked realtors just like you what your biggest challenges were in lead conversion. And we received two responses. Number one, you didn't have a process, or your process wasn't quite as effective as you would like it to be to generate, number two, more replies and more responses. And that's what we're going to focus in on this three-part video training series. We're going to start off with a video about buyers. Then we're going to move into a video about sellers for the second one. And the third video is going to be all about follow-up, because we know that they don't always respond to that first email. What's the second, the third, the fourth email that you can send to generate higher responses? Remember, this is based off of some of the best realtors around the country using video in their business, and you're going to be implementing these same exact strategies. Okay, here's our first case scenario. You get a buyer lead, and that buyer has a request on a specific property. Now, right now, you could be sending out an automated response. You might be using a system out there that's sending out that email for you. You're responding quickly, which you know you should do. And hopefully, you get a response from that automated email that's going out. But here's where video comes into play. This is your chance to make an amazing first impression on someone. You see, a lot of times when someone goes online and they fill out a form, they're filling out several forms. You might not be the only agent responding to them. And video can be an incredible differentiator when you respond in your email message. And in this case, we're going to show you exactly what to say in the video, and we're going to show you exactly what to put in the text. This isn't going to be a high-level overview with the goal of getting a response. We need to remember what our goal is here. Our goal isn't to make a client on email number one. Our goal is to simply engage that person, find out more about who they are, get them to either call us, email us, or send us a text message. And if they do that, our first email is a success. So let's talk about this lead that has a specific request on a property. Chances are they might be a little bit further along in the process, but there's also a chance that they're not. And we need to identify where they are as quickly as possible. All right, I just received the internet lead. His name is Jeff. I'm sitting in front of my computer. I'm ready to send him a video email. Now, video email has two components, video and a text component. We're going to start off with the video here first. And we're going to follow a simple three-step process. If you do these three things, we found it's going to generate you more replies and responses. So what are the three steps? The first one is make the new lead feel at ease for selecting that property. Number two, provide them with a detail, at least one detail about that home or that area that they can't find online. And then of course, number three, a call to action. All right, so let's start off on the first step. The first step is to simply make the person feel at ease about their choice. The real estate transaction process, or the real estate process in general, usually comes with a lot of anxiety and a lot of stress. So we want to make sure the person feels at ease. When I was buying my home, I wanted to know a lot of things from the realtor, if it was price too high, if there's something wrong with the property. So if you can make them feel at ease about their decision to inquire about that home, you can build that sense of build rapport a little bit faster. Step two, you're going to want to give them one detail about that property that they can't find online. So this sets you up as the area expert, the knowledge broker. And when you give that detail, you're positioning yourself in a very good place to have them say, hey, this person probably knows a little bit more information, about this property. We need to engage and get in touch with them. And finally, step three, you want to provide a call to action. If we go back to old school sales 101, they teach you to provide two specific times and have them choose one of the times. Now, one thing I do want to mention here is in this email that we are sending, we're actually asking for an appointment. Do they want to see that property? Now, you might be thinking, well, Steve, we talked about simply getting a response here first, but we need to think about where this prospect is in their life cycle. This is someone right now that has a question about a specific home. And all the top realtors that we've talked to, most of them say, you immediately ask if they would like to see the home. And that's what we're doing here with this video, but we're building a bit of rapport at the same time. As I said, you're positioning yourself as the knowledge expert. So the video and the text is going to ask for a viewing of the property. Now, if it doesn't work, and there's a chance it might not work, you're going to learn in video 3, email 2, 3, and 4, that's going to help us out with this process. But if you follow these guidelines, which I'm going to show you how to do right now, we know that you are going to get more replies using this simple 3-step strategy. All right, so here I am on my BombBomb dashboard. I'm going to show you the exact process step by step on how to get more replies and responses from your leads. And it's going to start here with this send button. If I click this send button in my BombBomb, either on my laptop or desktop computer, this is going to enable me to quickly and easily send a video and add text. Now, don't worry, if you want to do this from your iPhone or Android device, we're going to be covering that in the second video.
So you can do it from the desktop, you can do it from the app. You just click the send button, type in an email address, type in a description, film your video, type in their name, and then it'll show up. Let me zoom ahead a little bit here.
We want to choose time 1. Street. That is an amazing neighborhood, really quiet street. And the funny thing is, it's something, or even your iPad, write a personal note and create a custom thumbnail. Works great for leads. So I'm going to write, because it's personalized specifically for him. You're increasing your chance.
So AI is doing all of this now for you, and most of you are probably going to be using the app, not the desktop version, but the desktop version. You may want to you may want to use, just because it might be easier. You're working from your desk that day, and just use the desktop version. So Amrit, you've been mentioning that you love BombBomb. So let's hear from you a little bit about your experience with BombBomb, what you like about it. Are you still using it today? If not, why? All the good stuff.
Yes, Jack, I love BombBomb, and the reason why is like you mentioned, if you go just pick up your phone and try to record a camera, that bite size is gonna like crash your memory if you do 10 of those videos. They have their own server, so they house all the videos for you, and like you said, they compact them, for everybody to understand, send it out. I met somebody at an open house, and that was my first time using it. And they wanted to, like, self transact, not hire anybody. So I made a BombBomb video, did what this gentleman was talking about in the video, talked about the house, thanked them for visiting, and to just keep in touch with them. And I don't use it right now because I could not justify the cost at that current time, and I kind of got away from it. But I think it is an immensely powerful tool, and the fact that we're going to have it at our brokerage is incredible.
Yes, and their prices have come down quite a bit. Right now, they have a core product that's unlimited video messaging, mobile apps, all of that for $36 a month. And they also have a AI version that comes with Copilot built in for $56 a month, but that's for teams. And so 36 dollars a month is really all you need. But yes, 100% we are going to be integrating this with your systems so that it's just part of your everyday and inside your .me. So it's actually pretty simple for us to do because we already have all of these things working. We just need to plug this one together. So it's a matter of stitching. Has anybody else used BombBomb? Anybody else here use BombBomb? All right, Jeanette. She's like, me. It's uh
Yes. So I use it for birthday wishes.
hmm.
I send an email instead of saying happy birthday, it's me. And I say, hey, I just thought I'd drop by to say happy birthday. Happy birthday. Enjoy your day.
Okay, well, I love that. I super love that a lot, actually. What a great way to show up in their inbox. You can film it the day before and set it scheduled to go out the next morning, and they get it in the morning. That's super cool. You could even do them all on the first and schedule them all to go out across the month. I love that a lot. I highly recommend the use of this tool. It helps agents have a higher conversion rate, especially if you want to get into our opportunity vault, the ones who haven't answered the phone yet, and do about maybe 5 or 10 of these a day. Call, leave a voicemail, and then send them an email. Interesting fact is there's about, I would estimate 30,000 leads that are in our system that we have a valid email address for, but we don't have a valid phone number. We don't have a way to call them. And BombBomb is an incredible tool for that purpose. We don't have a phone number, we don't have the ability to call them, so you can film a video and then they can reach out to us and then we can update their record with their phone number. So, how many of you are going to give BombBomb a try? Okay, I really think that you should. Sign up for their trial, play with it, and bring that information back to class.
And also, Jack, the clients that I send the happy birthday to, they'll go on Facebook and they'll say, thank you for, the birthday wishes and thank you for the special video. And, it works really good.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I just put into our chat a scripts PDF. And that PDF is from our slide deck here. We're going to go through these slides together and we're going to do quite a bit of role playing. I'm going to put you in groups of 3 and I want you guys to take each other through these scripts. Sherry.
Did you say you put it in the chat? The
I did.
PDF?
You should have a file in there.
No, we don't.
No.
Oh, I gave it to Lisa. Well, I can guarantee you she doesn't want it. Okay, there you go. Now do you see it?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Sherry. All right, so how many of you want to really sound professional when you're calling the grabber and calling the clients who've registered with us? Feel more confident, sound more professional. I know when you're about to make those calls that you're going to be a little bit nervous. It's normal to feel a little bit nervous. Nervousness is the last refuge for the ill prepared, which just means that we haven't had practice. And it's not fair for you to have to cut your teeth on the lead, put you in that position to be making these grabber calls, and have not really had some training. And the best way to train is for you to do this as a group. Now, I totally am cognizant of the fact that a lot of you have taken Ready, Set, Sell and that you've gone through some of this training already. But we are going to do it again inside Mega right now. There is no reason why we don't. And if you've already taken Ready, Set, Sell and you've gone through this, then you're just going to really impress your classmates with you being a rock star. Everybody in Mega who comes through this class is enrolled in the grabber. So some of you might not have been enrolled yet. After this class, everyone in Mega is enrolled, which means you'll be able to go to the grabber and check out leads. And for those of you in San Antonio, our dear Kamei, Gavin is going on a fishing trip, so he has already left for the weekend. Kamei is here, filling in for him, and she has a bunch of leads for San Antonio that she's trying to send our San Antonio agent. So for those of you who are now enrolled, you might want to reach out to her and let her know that you are very interested in getting leads. On the screen here are the 5 things. The 5 things. The 5 necessary pieces of information you need for a perfect call. So if you have these pieces of information, then it makes the script and the conversation to the consumer the most relatable, because we know their name, we know where they came from, and we know the property that they've registered about. So the 5 things is their name, our name, the brokerage name, where the lead came from, and what property. And the script sounds something like this. Hi, Tom. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas, Realtor.com. Let us know that you're interested in 123 Main Street. When did you want to see that property? Just like that. Hey, Tom. Jack Stapleton here, Realty Texas, Realtor.com, Zillow. I see you registered on our Facebook and you're interested in 123 Main Street. When did you want to see that property? And then sometimes they'll say, well, I'm not really interested in seeing it. I live next door and I'm tired of looking at the trash can. Can you call the seller and bring the trash can in? Well, we'd be happy to do that. We'd be happy to do that. Do you have any friends or family that you want to maybe be your neighbor? And just keep that conversation going, because this person can land in our database, call them on a regular basis, because they too eventually are going to want to buy and sell a home or lease. So we're trying to get as many people as we can and keep in contact with them as often as we can, so that they introduce to us their friends and that we get to transact with them when they're ready. So keep in mind, because sometimes we have all 5, sometimes we don't know their name, sometimes we don't know where the lead came from, and sometimes we don't know what property they are registering for. So we're going to have different scripts on whether or not we're leaving a voicemail, whether we're having a conversation with them, and how much information that we have. Then I'm going to put you in groups and you're going to do a role play, and you're actually going to set an appointment for someone who answered based on our property. And we're going to do that together too, which is going to be super fun. So this is V1. This means voicemail for a new lead. This is version 1 for a new lead who answered the phone. So the goal here, all 5 elements exist. So we know their name, we know where they registered from, and we know the property address. So this is what this looks like. It could be a Facebook lead, it could be a Realtor.com lead, it could be a Zillow lead, it could be a Facebook lead, it could even be a Google AdWords lead or a Nextdoor lead. It come from all sources, but we run ads on properties, and then they register on that property and the property comes in. And in the grabber, it's going to have the property address that they're registered for. Or in the ISA department, it's going to have the address of the property. So you're going to know before you even make the phone call. You're going to review the notes, you're going to see it, and we're going to do that next week, because next week is going to be pushing the buttons this week, getting comfortable in what to say. And we like to separate those two things as much as possible. So again, it would be something like this. Hey Tom, this is Jack Stapleton, an agent with Realty Texas. Realtor.com asked me to reach out to you regarding 123 Main Street. I wanted to check if you're interested in seeing the property and answer any questions you may have. Set the appointment. As simple as that. Then, after you have that conversation, then are there any other homes that you'd like to see? And then, if somebody else calls you, uh, let them know that you already helped them. So who would like to role play this with me? Who wants to role play this with me? Jeanette. All right, Jeanette, you're going to be the customer. So you ring, ring, and then, hey, Jeanette, this is Jack Stapleton, an agent with Realty Texas. Zillow asked me to reach out to you regarding 123 Main Street, and I wanted to check to see if you're interested in seeing the property and to answer any questions you may have about it.
Yes, absolutely.
So, when is a good time to check it out?
What's a good time next week?
I've got time this afternoon, or I could even show it to you over the weekend or Monday. So you tell me the best time that works for you, and I will wrap my schedule around that.
Tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Tomorrow, Saturday at 3 o'clock. All right, awesome. Jeanette, is there any other properties that you wanted to see, or is this the only one?
There's some in the neighborhood that agents haven't called me back on.
Got it. Awesome. So, do you have those addresses handy?
Yes.
Could you give me those addresses?
1235 Main Street, 678 Main Street.
Okay, awesome. So this is what I'd like to do. I'm going to call the listing agents on all three of these properties to make sure that they're still available, put them in a driving order, and we'll meet at the first one and see all three. And then when we're done, we can discuss and see what you saw and what your next steps might look like.
We're starting at 3.
What time would you like to meet tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow afternoon at 3.
Okay, perfect. All right, I will put you down for 3 o'clock. Again, I'm going to call the listing agents. I'm going to verify that they're all available, and I will call you. I will send you a text message after this call, letting you know the first one to meet at, and to verify tomorrow at 3 o'clock. So expect a text message from me, and if there are any issues with any of them not being available, I'll call you back, and I'll let you know.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Well, I'm looking forward to meeting you. These look like great properties. I'm actually kind of excited to go and tour them with you.
Me as well. Thank you.
Okay, so that is a basic phone call. Now, there's some things you can dig into, but I always recommend setting the appointment because they're calling and they're asking us to show the property, and these are our properties anyway. So I want to go help our listing agent see the property. We're going to always meet at our property first and then let them know, by the way, if you want to see any other properties, we're going to need to get this representation agreement signed to show the other two, and you can get them through the app. But the idea here is just set the appointment and make it as easy as possible. The idea is set the appointment and go meet them in the real world and have a conversation. And we want these conversations to be as compact. Now, sometimes they're not going to be available, and sometimes they're going to call you on a property that is already pending. And so we're never going to say, "Oh, that one's already pending. I'm sorry, we can't show it to you." So we always set the stage that we're going to call the listing agent, we're going to schedule an appointment, and then we'll meet him there tomorrow at 2. And if I know it's pending while they're on the phone, I'm going to spend the time where I'm off the phone searching for something similar in the same neighborhood, something else, and then I'll call them back. Hey, Jeanette, Jack Stapleton here. Hey, that property at 123 Main Street that you wanted to see tomorrow looks like is already pending, unfortunately. I did some looking in the same neighborhood, and they have one that's very similar to it. It's 125 Main Street. I sent you a link to it via text, and if you'd like to meet over at that one, I can show it to you. Which one is that again? And the property you were interested was listed at 355. This one is 349.9. It's a similar size, square footage, and bedrooms, and it's just one street over, something like that. And let them pick the pictures and see if they want to go and see it. But the idea here is to give them options, not just leave them hanging. So we know in this case the source where it came from and the address. What do you think we tell them the source? Raul.
Because they're like, how'd you get my number?
That's right. How'd you get my number and why are you calling me? Oh, I'm not the bad guy just calling you out of the blue. Zillow asked me to call, asked me to return your call. That's the approach that we're taking. And it's very helpful. It's a very good approach. All right, so who wants to be the agent and me be the customer? Who wants to role play as the agent? And you can just read right from these slides. All right, Caroline.
All right, I have to unmute and then I'll pull it up. And then we're still doing the first one, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, ring, ring, ring.
Hello.
Hi, Jack. This is Caroline with Realty Texas. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. So let's make it verbatim.
Okay. Hi, Jack. This is Caroline, an agent with Realty Texas. Zillow asked me to reach out to you regarding 123 Main Street. I was just interested, or I was just calling to check and see if you're interested in seeing that property.
Got it. I do remember registering for that property. I did kind of want to see it actually.
Yeah, I would love to take you to see it and answer any questions you may have. Is there other homes you were wanting to see as well?
Well, I was looking around, I saw a couple, but the one that I really wanted to see was this one that you're calling me on right now. That's the one I really wanted to see.
Okay, great. Well, what's a good time for you, upcoming here in the next couple days to go see it?
Mm, well, I'm working until about 6 today, but tomorrow morning I have a little sweet spot between about 10 and 1, sometime in there. What might work?
Alrighty, 10 and 1, that absolutely works for me as well. I can go ahead and give you a call tomorrow just to solidify everything, and we can meet there at 10, and I would love to show you the property, answer any questions, and then we can go from there.
So just let me understand, are you calling me tomorrow or are you meeting me at the property?
I was gonna do both. I normally do both, but we'll meet at 10. We can meet at the property at 10 tomorrow.
So the most important thing is letting them know that you're going to set the appointment and meet them at 10 o'clock, because if they think that you're going to call them, what happens is they don't show up and they ghost you, because then they think, oh, nobody called me. So I guess they didn't want to do it anymore and they don't show up. So
Okay.
tell them it's 10 o'clock, and then about 9:30, you're going to send them a text message. I'm on my way.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. That way they like, at 10 o'clock in the morning, they're at home, they're in their pajamas. They're like, why did I do this to myself? I don't want to go right now. And they're looking for any reason to stay home. And you're not going to give them permission to not meet you. You're going to meet them, you're going to send them the address, and then they're going to have to put on their clothes and go down there and meet you.
Okay.
Because what I want to make sure is that we lower the percentage of you being ghosted or just, them just not showing up. All right, good job, Caroline. Let's give Caroline a big round of applause. Set the appointment and go and meet them. All right, who else wants to try from the agent? Raise your hand.
I have a
You're,
question.
Mary?
Yes. So when you call a person, it usually doesn't show what the address is or what the location is. How do you handle that? Or if they ask which property was it?
So it does in our CRM. When you're making the phone call through our grabber, it very clearly shows the address they registered on. So the calls that we're doing right now are grabber calls through our system. So if somebody is registered at Realty Texas on your website through any of our, we've got 1,600 leads sitting in our systems right now. Every time you push the call button, it does show the address that they are registered on. Now, you're right, some of them don't, because they're leads that from years ago that we didn't have the source. But I mean, out of 500 leads, one of them don't have an address.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Have you been calling from the grabber?
I had been calling from the grabber
Okay.
and phone number and addresses weren't coming up. And one person did ask, oh, which location was that? And I was like, so he went ahead and just gave me the address. So that was helpful.
Yes. So they all are in the grabber except for the apartment leads. The apartment leads don't have addresses because we're not. We have a video for Kamain and our apartment locator team went out and filmed a video. And so if we're calling on an apartment lead, it's there's not going to be a set an appointment. That's going to be setting an appointment to get to learn a little bit more about what they're looking for. You can set that appointment for Zoom. Most what Kamei teaches in the apartment locating group is to set the appointment for Zoom, jump on Zoom, find out what they're looking for, and then help them scout out apartment locations. But for buyers, sellers, and tenants on the single family home side of things, we do have those there. There's a note field that has the address there. So when we show the video on Monday of going through the grabber, we'll show you exactly where that is. So again, who wants to be the second person who does the role play? Raise your hand. All right, Amaret.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Hi, Jack. This is Emirates with Realty Texas. Realtor.com asked me to reach out regarding 123 Main Street. I wanted to check to see if you're interested in seeing that property and if you have any questions that I may answer for you at this time.
Got it. So thank you, Amaret. I'm going to push the pause button. So, so the very first thing out the gate is Amaret said, "Hi, Jack." We put that first because that's an interrupt. That is, we know who you are. And that makes people pause for a moment. And now they're not going to be so quick to hang up. That's that is designed for them because most people are like, okay, I'm not going to hang up on someone unless it's a sales call. So what is this? And we're sounding like a sales call because it is, but we're actually responding to their inquiry. So hi, Jack is the first thing he said. So now I'm listening for a moment. This is Amaret. I'm like, I don't know you. Realty Texas, I don't know you. Realtor.com said, oh, okay. That's where this is from. And then Amaret's doing the one thing. He's trying to see if I want to go see the property. This is the number one converting script for these types of leads. If you deviate from this script, you're going to feel it in your conversion rate. You want the 5-6% conversion rate. This is the number one script. Hi, Jack. This is Tom with Realty Texas. Realtor.com asked me to call you regarding 123 Main Street. When did you want to see that property? That is the number one script. I've added a few words here. Agent with Realty Texas. Wanted to see if you're interested in seeing the property and to answer any questions you may have. I recommend memorizing this verbatim so that you don't have to read it anymore and it just comes off your tongue. I have one that was a previous version memorized. Hi, Tom. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Realtor.com said you were interested in 123 Main Street. When did you want to see that property? That is the script that when I call, that's the one that I use because that's the one that I have memorized and it's short and concise. Tagging on the end of it and answer any questions you have is a really good door to open anyway. So I'm going to start over with you, Amaret. Hello.
Hi, Jack. This is Emirates. I'm an agent with Realty Texas, and Realtor.com asked me to reach out to you regarding 123 Main Street. I wanted to check and see if you're interested in seeing this property and if you have any questions that I may answer for you at this time.
Got it. Oh, Amaret. Thank you for calling me. I'm just really, my schedule is really complicated right now. I do want to see this property though. Um, how about tomorrow? I can make time tomorrow morning.
I completely understand. What time in the morning works best for you tomorrow, Jack?
Hmm, let's say 11:30.
11:30 in the morning. Okay, I'm gonna make a quick call, make sure this property is available to be shown at that time. In the meantime, is there any other properties that you have interest in that I might take you to show as well?
No, I just want to see this one. This one, it next door is a prop. So this property is exactly where I want to have my grandmother living because next door is my brother and he can keep an eye on her. So their neighbor's house came up on the market, and this way, instead of putting grandma in a home, we can have her living next door and we can be watching her. So it's like an intermediary step. So it's this home or nothing.
Fantastic. I'm excited for you. So, Grandma, you want this home for your grandmother so that your brother can help take care of her, and a neighbor's home just came up for sale. Fantastic. Let me set up this appointment. I will meet you there at 11:30 in the morning tomorrow.
Okay, I appreciate it, Emmerich.
Thank you.
It's going to be some conversation that looks like that. It's the 5 things. Hi, Tom. This is Jack, an agent with Realty Texas. Realtor.com asked me to reach out to you regarding 123 Main Street and wanted to check to see if you're interested in seeing it and answer any questions you may have. And chances are the only reason they click that button is because they have a question or they want to see it. And so we're opening the door to make it easier for us to meet them out there in the real world and go see it. And we're adding and running videos, running ads only for our own listings, which means you're going to show up at one of our listings. If they want to see another one, great. That's a different conversation you have at the property. But that's it. All right, I'm going to put you guys into groups.
Wait, Jack, can I ask a question? Sorry, it's Veronica. Um, so in the first script that you did, you didn't talk to them about um the contract or the broker fee. Is that because you were going to go look at one of our properties?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's right. And I'm not going to ask them if they want to marry me. I'm going to go take them on a date.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know a lot of you are thinking, well, what if they have a real estate agent already and I'm going to waste my time? If you're worried about people wasting your time, I'm going to tell you something painful. You're in the wrong business. That's the thing, is that you're meeting them out in the real world, the chances of getting hired is 90%. The question is, why in the world would be somebody asking some other real estate agent to meet him out at a property? So if you're not comfortable, if you're, the antenna's going up, something doesn't feel right about it, you can bring someone with you. You can forewarn them before you meet them at a property. Do so during daylight hours, not evening hours. But meeting them out in the real world is not how you sell them a home, it's how you do what?
How you sell your services.
How you convert.
It's how you get hired. That's right. And if they already have an agent, they want to see the property, and you find that out at the property, I can tell you that we're not going to tell them to fire their agent, but we're already showing them a level of service that they're not even getting from the agent that they have. And agents fire their agents all the time. We're not going to talk to them about that. We're not going to say fire your agent. But if they're going to say, you know what, I've signed a rep agreement with someone, I just don't want to work with them, and say, I would really like the opportunity to work with you, I would have a conversation with that agent's broker and find out what your options are. And if it turns out that that broker is willing to break that agreement and you want to work with us, we can't work with you until you have a release of the agreement. But I would love to work with you. That's it. That's as far as we're going to go into that conversation. We're not going to recommend that they break the agreement. We're not going to give them advice on how to do it. We're just going to have them contact the agent's broker about that and let them know that we can't work with them while they have an exclusive agreement with someone else. And chances are they're not. And so then we're going to meet them at the property. We're going to show them the property. I'm still going to talk to them about the information about brokerage services, and I'm going to have my rep agreement and I'm going to show the property. And if they want to see something else, then I'm going to get the rep agreement signed. Studies have proven Zillow, Realtor.com, Homes.com, all of them, setting the appointment and meeting them in the real world, you have a 90% chance of getting hired by meeting them. Setting the appointment and going and meeting them gives you a 90% chance of getting hired. 90% chance of getting hired. However, because they're already talking with 3 other real estate agents, and so meeting them at the property, this is how we've sold almost 6,000 properties through our lead generation program. Jay, you're on mute, so we can't hear you. There you go.
Sorry, everything was going crazy on my desktop. I just want to make sure I understand. Even if the leads are coming from, or it says like Zillow or Realtor.com, these are still listings within our brokerage?
Yes, so you know the address that they're looking for is on the screen, and you have that before you push the call button. So if you meet them in a different property, you're just going to get the rep agreement signed in the doc in the street. We have a video that we're going to take you through, which is that conversation. We had some legislative changes happen in the last legislative session, which requires that a prospective purchaser sign an agreement with us before we can open the door.
Yeah.
And so here's that agreement. And then that's it. They sign it and you go inside.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood because of the not having them sign the buyer's rep agreement on the first house that you show or the house that they had inquired about.
I usually do. I'm
Okay.
going to have that conversation in the driveway with them anyway, but what I'm saying is if they don't want to sign the rep agreement, you still are showing them the property because it's our listing and we have a requirement from the sell side of things.
Perfect. Thank you.
hmm So, we've had Zillow out here, Realtor.com out here, and Homes.com all spend quite a bit of time having, in the conference room, training our agents on their lead gen. And it's funny how Bomb said, schedule the appointment and go and meet them, which is funny because, the video that we watched earlier today with the guy who claims to be an ISA, he's talking to him about all kinds of stuff, but he's not setting the appointment. And here Bomb is, it's not even a real estate company, is saying set the appointment, go meet them. Bomb got it right. Zillow, Realtor.com, and Homes.com have this right. If we do business the way the consumer wants to do business, then we're going to have an easier go about it. This is just the thing. Agents or consumers are having conversations with 3 or 4 agents on the phone. They haven't hired anyone, and whoever sets the appointment and actually meets them in the real world, they typically hire the first person they meet. So it's the first person who actually gets to meet them in a property, gets the rep agreement signed. And those agents who are not setting the appointment and they just keep asking questions. Oh, hey, are you working with another agent? Oh, no, you're not. Are you working with a lender? Let's get you with the lender. And now you got him with a lender, and the lender's talking to him, and you're having conversations with them, and then you never hear from them again. It's because they wanted to see the property, and you put 4 tasks between you going out and showing them the property. They called another agent who showed them the property, and now they're working with that other agent, and they're working with that agent's lender. Caroline and then Bertie.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I guess, in your opinion, when you're in that driveway and you're presenting that rep agreement, what's your kind of way of approaching it the most efficiently and like appropriately without talking yourself out of it and scaring them away by rambling so much about the rep agreement, I guess. How would you approach that quickly in the driveway?
I have an entire day that we spend on that.
Oh, perfect. All right. I'll stay tuned.
Yep. So it just comes down to the one thing. Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, would you please bear with me as we go through some regulatory requirements? It's how I started. Please bear with me while we go through some regulatory requirements. And then I take them through the information about brokerage services. And then I talk them to them about the rep agreement. And by the time you've done that, they have a full understanding of what it is there to do. And I don't know, this isn't 1980s anymore. People don't want to read anything. Vance Ginn, he is an economist for the OMB with the federal government, and he just bought a house. And him and his wife, they didn't read a single document. No, nobody reads a single document anymore about anything. They just sign it, and people are kind of used to signing things. And now it's not uncommon. All of us have to get the representation agreement signed before we threshold them on a property. So me, it's please bear with me as we go through some regulatory requirements. This document is from the Texas Real Estate Commission. It has the minimum services that are required by a broker. There's 2 types of licensees in Texas, a broker and a sales agent. Sales agent works for the broker. Here are our minimum duties, and here are the 3 ways that an agent can work with a client. If the agent represents the seller, they're the listing agent. If the agent represents the buyer, they're the buyer agent. And if the agent, if the buyer or seller works with the same brokerage, so an agent from the same brokerage works on both sides of that transaction, that's called intermediary. And at the bottom of this paper are my manager, my broker, and my team lead's information here. And this last sentence here says that all buyers have to enter into a written agreement with a broker before touring a home. And here's what that document is. This is our broker buyer broker agreement. This does not commit to you buying a home. It just means that if you do buy a home, I get to be your agent for the transaction. And if you decide that you don't want to work with me, I can get you with my team lead, and he'll be happy to have that conversation with you. But it's my goal that you're so excited to work with me that you sign this, something like that. But for me, it's if you want to exit this agreement, talk to my team lead. And we actually have a video that's part of our grabber. And so you can actually take the video that's in the grabber and you can send it to the client. And it's us taking them through the information about brokerage services and taking them through the buyer broker agreement. Have any of you seen that video? Have you seen that video, Bertie?
I don't know. I'll have to go back and look at it to confirm. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so there's actually a video of the broker taking him through the IABS and the broker agreement. So you can send that to him. Raul is like, oh no, I've
Yeah,
seen it. I've seen it. We're
it's
going to
very
play that video together inside Mega next week. So we'll get there. But to overcome the objection that you have right now is what do you say in the driveway? We're going to make it quick because the ability to sign the buyer rep agreement in the driveway literally takes three pieces of information and it gets text to them to their text instantly. They click a link, they sign it. Again, I'm going to put you guys in pairs next week. You're going to go through that process together and you get it signed. But we're fast forwarding because right now it's not about that. Right now it's we haven't even gotten to the driveway yet. We are still on the phone at the office, calling the lead, trying to set the appointment for them to show up. So remember, we're gonna Mega is start at the beginning, mindset, and then the importance of a database. How much opportunity is there out there really? Should I be calling my leads or should I be calling the company leads or should I be calling other sources? How do I build a referral-based business? How much money can I really make in this business? And then what do I say to people when I'm standing in front of them or on the phone? And right now it's that. What do we say to someone when they're on the phone? I'm going to make you a little bit more confident in that script. Once that script is down, now what do I do when I meet them in the driveway? I promise that's coming next week, but I'm going to walk you through this entire thing from the very beginning all the way through until you're in Mega 12, and we have gone through the entire cycle multiple times. Sound good? All right, let's put you guys in groups. We did a break at 3:30. We're going to be out of here at 5. It's 4 o'clock. So, all right, we don't have time for that yet. We're going to recreate the same 14 groups. Let's do the same thing here again. The person with the lowest alphabet first letter, I want you to take them through this script together. And then you're going to flip. It should take no more than 2 minutes on each side. And this is a script. So it's not oh, just say anything like it. That works. Is that how scripts work? You just kind of come up with something close to it. Script is verbatim. And so I recommend that you verbatim this as much as possible. Read it and then continue reading it until you have it memorized. Part of your homework is going to be giving a video that's verbatim of taking someone through this without reading it and then putting that in Teams, and you're going to get points for that. That way, you never have to think about what you're going to say on the phone again when you're calling the lead vault. Now you're going to be dealing and thinking about what Vanessa Van Edwards said. How do I say hello? What is the inflection in my voice? The happiness thoughts and thinking about things that are positive so that we're going to be able to get the very best responses we can so that they want to meet us at the property and we go get our representation agreement signed. So right now we should be thinking about presentation and the one dimension voice that they can hear from us and how can we make that as marketable as possible for them to hire us or to meet us at the apartment through appointment setting or the house or whatever. All right, so this is not going to be a long breakout session. This is going to be a 7-minute breakout session. So one of you be the customer The person who's going to be the agent first should be the one with the lowest first letter in your first name. And then after you've set the appointment, flip it. And then the person who you really feel like nailed it, if you think you really did a good job, come back out. And I'm going to have two of you uh, out in the main session do this in front of the class. Easy, easy peasy, simple. For a lot of us, we've overthought the appointment setting. We're going to make it easy for us, easy for them. We show up, we show them the property, they sign our rep agreement, we just met a client, we sell them a house, and we think back on the whole thing and think, wow, that was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. Don't make something more complicated that unless it has to be. All right, so I need two people. Two people who think that either you or your agent on the other side of your scripts did a excellent job, like 10 out of 10. Raise your hand. Okay, Carol, was it Birdie or Caroline that raised their hand? I need two people.
I can try. I
Okay,
think I'll do good.
and who's my other one? Amarin, I'm choosing you.
Let's go.
Okay. Amarin, you're going to be the customer. Birdie, you're going to be the agent, and I want you to use this. And first, I want you to read it. Fill in the blanks, but Birdie, I want you to read it. And then Amarin, I want you to read it. And then I want you to switch, and then I want you to read it again. So let's go.
Okay. And I'm starting as the agent.
Ring, ring.
Hi, Emrit. This is Birdie Irwin, an agent with Realty Texas. Zillow asked me to reach out regarding 123 Main Street. I wanted to check to see if you're interested in seeing the property and to answer any questions you may have.
Hi, Birdie. I do want to see it. Are you available tomorrow around, let's say, 1:30 in the afternoon?
Absolutely, Amrit. I will meet you at 123 Main Street tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. And are there any other homes that you would like to see?
No, not right now, no.
Okay, well, great. I am putting you on my calendar for tomorrow at 1:30 over at 123 Main Street. Did you have any other questions that I can answer while I have you on the phone?
No, that is it. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. I am looking forward to seeing it. If someone else calls you from Zillow, just let them know Birdie Irwin has already helped you.
Okay, no problem.
Alrighty, I just sent you a text with my number. If you need anything in the meantime, just let me know.
Thank you.
No problem. See you tomorrow.
Okay, now switch roles.
Okay. Hi, Birdie. This is Amrit, an agent with Realty Texas. Zillow asked me to reach out regarding 123 Main Street. I wanted to check to see if you're interested in seeing the property and to answer any questions you may have.
Hi, Amra. I do want to see it. Are you available tomorrow around noon?
Absolutely, Birdie. I will meet you at 123 Main Street tomorrow at noon. Are there any other homes that you would like to see?
Right now, no.
Okay, great. I'm putting you on my calendar for tomorrow at noon over at 123 Main Street. Did you have any other questions that I can answer while I have you on the phone?
No, that is it. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. I'm looking forward to seeing it. If someone else calls from Zillow, just let them know Amrit has already helped you.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, I just sent you a text with my number. If you need anything in the meantime, let me know.
Thank you.
No problem. See you tomorrow.
Why do you think we have that line in here? If anyone else calls you from my office, please let them know I've already helped you.
To avoid misrepresentation.
Also, they might get other phone calls from other realtors.
They speak to three people.
To stake
Because-
your claim, I mean, you called them, you set the appointment, you want them to be able to tell the other people they made the appointment with you.
Yeah, because what some of you might not realize is that Zillow and Realtor.com and Homes.com is going to take this lead and they're going to send it to 5 agents simultaneously. And that customer is going to get 5 simultaneous calls back over the course of whenever the agents feel like calling them back, by the way. So now we've just Let the consumer know what to do. Oh, and if somebody else calls you, just let them know Jack's already helped you. And so then they're like, oh, I want to see the property. Oh, Jack's already helped me. They're like, who the heck is Jack? But they don't know how to overcome that objection, and they say okay and hang up, and then you meet them at the property. So it's just a way for you to tell them, tell all the other people no, and we're good. And it works. It works almost all the time. Renee and then Cheryl.
I have a really just super quick question, which is, are we saying that if someone calls you from Zillow, let them know that Renee has already helped you, or is it if somebody calls from Realty Texas,
It's Realty
let,
Texas.
okay, that's what I thought, but I wanted to confirm.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't correct him when he said that, but if someone else calls you from Realty Texas, just let them know. And then some other person calls them and they don't know what company, and it's just all confusing, and they're just like, I've already been helped, and it's just pretty much done. They don't call, they just tell the next person that I've already been helped. Sharon and
Thank
then
you for
Karen.
that, by the way. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I like questions. Cheryl, Karen?
So, you are calling them through the office phone to make that appointment, but then you're sending them a text
Through
from
the,
your
we
cell
have,
phone.
no, I'm sending him a text through the office line.
Oh,
Good question.
okay.
Yep. And
Okay.
Karen.
My question is, why would someone else call them after you call them? Because once you call them and you make the appointment, don't you send them to your room?
So, Karen, if this person came from Zillow or Realtor.com, Zillow and Realtor.com sells that information to 3 or 4 different brokerages. And so 3 or 4 different brokerages are calling that customer, and that customer's phones are getting pounded in that moment. And,
Oh,
and
okay.
everyone, so they're saying, oh, what time did the other agent meet you? Did they say, oh, I can meet you at 10:30 instead of 11? Oh, and then they show up at a different time, and then you get ghosted. And the
Okay,
consumer has
I
no
thought,
idea what's going on. So we're just
okay.
trying to make sure that doesn't happen to you.
Okay, I didn't know it was outside you were talking about. Oh, that
Mhm.
makes sense. Thank
Yep.
you.
Okay. I am putting you back in here now. I want you guys to do it again with a new person, a new classmate, and then do the same thing. One of you be the agent, customer, and then flip. And read this verbatim, please. Okay, welcome back. All right. As with the other scripts, I need, and I'm going to ask for you to memorize these verbatim. And on Monday, I'm going to call on 3 people randomly, and I'm going to role play with you, and you're going to go through memory, make up an address, but we'll go through memory on setting this appointment.
I have an absolute fear of this, by the way, because of my memory loss issues. So I have an absolute fear of this. At
Well,
least I'll admit that out loud.
Same here. And Renee, you did beautifully when we worked together.
Thank you.
I have a sneaking suspicion, Renee, that you're going to be A plus 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 plus. I have incredibly high expectations. No stress. No pressure.
We can
All
practice
right.
this weekend, Renee.
And lots of practice this weekend for sure. All right, so there's a couple of others. We have when there's less information, like they answer the phone and you don't know the source and you don't know the address. And so all we're doing is removing some of it. Hey, Renee, this is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. I'm calling back regarding you're interested in purchasing a home. I want to see what questions you had and get a sense of what you're looking for. If you don't know the property address, then it's just going to be something like that. This is the set the appointment and try to figure out what it is they're looking for. But at least get an idea for it so that you can put them in a client gateway so you can be sending them listings so that you can set an appointment to see one of them. One thing that you can do here that's also very valuable is when you start getting an idea of what they're looking for, you're probably going to be taking them through what I call the crystallization worksheet, number of stories, area, max price, some other things. And when you have that conversation, always offer the buyer boot camp, the one-on-one sit down and walk them through the entire process. And the script for that is simple. I offer all my clients a free one-on-one buyer counseling session. A lot of my clients take me up on that. It's a really good way to start your home journey off right, so you know the whole process, so that you're a lot more confident as we're going through it. And then they say something like, yeah, this is like the third time I bought. I'm okay. And some people are, you know what, I would really appreciate that actually. And now you've just set an appointment to go meet them at a coffee shop, meet them at the office, meet them somewhere, um, and take them through the home buying process, which is going to include the information about brokerage services and your representation agreement. Sometimes they're not going to answer the phone, and they're not going to answer the phone. They're going to get voicemail. So I need two readers here. Okay, great. Renee and then Sharon. Renee, this is a voicemail. So just leave the voicemail. Just read it just like it, and just it's a voicemail.
And just use whatever name I feel like using.
100%.
Okay, awesome. Hi, Michael. This is Renee Pretty, an agent with Realty Texas. I'm calling to follow up on your request about purchasing a home in the San Antonio metro area. I wanted to see if you had any questions and to learn a little bit more about what you're looking for. I'm so sorry I missed you today. I'll try again shortly, or you can reach me at 210-376-9815. Thank you for registering with Realty Texas, and I look forward to talking to you soon. I hope you're having a great day.
So with these scripts, when in your home office, when you're making the calls, you have this printed out. It's in a binder. You can even have them on plastic covers, and you can just go through this. We also have these scripts built into the app on the grabber. You click on the last tab, scripts, and then they're there. Gavin made sure that these verbatim match the grabber, so that we're having the same conversation in Mega as we are Ready Set Sell, as you are in the ISA chair, versus being out in the field and calling from the grabber. So it's all the same. That is only 4 different scripts: the answered script, the didn't answer script, the I know what property they registered on script, and I don't know. So there's only 4 different scripts. So they're very easy to remember because it's not a million different scripts. Either you know what property they're looking for or you don't, and either they answered the phone or they didn't. It's those 4 variations. Now, 99.99% of the time, these scripts are exactly the voicemail you're going to leave or the phone call you're going to make. Now, it's 4:22. The first week, my goal is to get you out 30 minutes before 5 o'clock, because you don't have any time during Mega, during the day in Mega, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, to make your phone calls. We have 4 o'clock calls to make, and we have 9 o'clock calls to make. So in the morning, you're showing up in morning huddle, then you're going to Mega all day. And so I'm going to give you the next 30 minutes to make your calls. I know you've made 1 or 2 today. My goal is that you get your 20 calls in today. And if you start doing that now, between now and 5 o'clock, then that's still going to give you time after 5 o'clock to do your exam, and get ready in the mindset for this weekend. Now, I know Lisa's reaching out to a lot of you right now because we have a couple of open house opportunities for the weekend. And it's my hope that all of you are doing an open house. Ormsby, you want to talk to him about that?
We have such a great group all signed up that are in training. So I've got at least, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 that I know of coming to the Georgetown training session. And there's another 5 or 6 going to the Hutto one. And we did talk about, there are some of our agents that are signed up already for open houses that are seasoned agents. And those who could not come to the training but were already signed up for an open house promised they would go back and watch the Mega Grand Open House session so that they could layer into their current open houses. And by the time they take that class on July 22nd, they will be experts at converting customers into lifetime clients.
Oh my goodness. That's probably the nicest, most beautiful thing I've heard in a really long time. All right, everyone. It is officially 4:30, so you have now 30 minutes to make your calls. So happy Friday. Happy conclusion of your first week of Mega. I hope you guys are really enjoying this. Next week is a whole different game because we're moving away from the lead generation side, and we've now shown up in the driveway. Now what? And that's where we start on Monday, is we meeting them in the real world, and we go from there. So real estate nuts and bolts is where we start Monday morning. Have a fantastic weekend. Make your calls, and we'll see you guys soon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Y'all.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you.
Thank you.
all.
Thank you.
Amazing weekend.
Thank you
Amazing
very
weekend.
much.
May you find lots of customers in your calls. Swetha.
Hey, hi. Hi, Jack. So I just want to confirm with Lisa that on Sunday, 11 o'clock, I'll be with her in Georgetown.
Yep, I have you down with me. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Jack, actually, yesterday when I called my friend, one of my friend was asking regarding a commercial leasing. Since I'm very new, so how do I respond to them?
Yes, so there's a lot of people looking for commercial leasing.
Mhm.
If you're going to be doing commercial sales, we require you to sign up for the Texas Accredited Commercial Specialist class at Texas Realtors. It is a 90-hour version of GRI for commercial. Sign up for it, and then you can be mentored through a commercial transaction. A lot of our agents do commercial leases. We don't require that you register
Mhm.
to for the Texas Accredited Commercial Specialist class if you're doing just a commercial lease. But you will need to hire a mentor, and
Mhm.
you need to first reach out to Andrew Constancio, your sales manager, and say, "Hello, Andrew. This is Swetha. I'm part of Mega. I have a client that I called yesterday, and they're interested in doing commercial leasing. If that's something that you're interested in doing as part of your business, you need to become part of the commercial roundtable and show up to those monthly meetings. Or you can take this and you can refer it to one of our agents who's already proficient with it and just get a referral fee." Commercial is unlike anything else. It's unlike any transaction in real estate. And so you won't have an MLS for it. You don't know how to find the data. You don't know how to do a CMA. It's all completely different. We don't have forms for it, so you have to have a letter of intent. It's completely different. And I think that it's not a good idea for a residential agent to do both residential and commercial. They should find one competency and be really good at it and refer everything else out. My
Mhm.
recommendation to you is tell
Mhm.
your client that Realty Texas can handle both of them, that you have
Mhm.
commercial experts at the firm that can handle the commercial side of stuff, and that you'll be the residential agent for them,
Mhm.
and then stay kind of involved on the commercial side so that you can see the major checkpoints. It's not a company requirement that you do that. It's my recommendation as your broker to do that. It's your
Okay.
job to figure out what you want to do as an agent.
Okay. Sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions?
I have one.
No. Okay.
I did want to ask really quickly. Oh, I did want to let Lisa know really quickly. I do have a shadowing with Donna. I put it in the chat. In Houston, I know how
Oh,
we
yeah.
talked about doing a Houston one, and I reached out to Polly since Karen said that she didn't really know if she wanted to do one
Right.
with,
Yeah.
need to. So I just reached out to Polly personally because I've done
Okay.
an open house, just one before. So I would love to shadow and be properly trained on that. So I am doing one this Sunday in Cypress, Texas. So
Excellent. Yeah, Donna's great. She went through our mega training, so perfect person to do it with.
perfect. All right. That's all I had.
I'm
Thank you,
excited for
guys.
you.
Lisa, I have another question for you. So on Sunday, what are you expecting from me? Like, what do I have to get? Like,
I put that in. Are you seeing the posts in the Mega 18 Teams
is
chat?
it in
Are you
the
seeing
email?
those? As I
Yes.
did in there. I mean, you just come dressed like you're going to do the open house yourself. So dress professionally and be there by 11 a.m. The address is also in there, but if you can't find it, just Teams me and I'll send it to you directly.
Sure. You already did.
11 to 1
Mhm.
is the training.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
See you on Sunday.
See you Sunday. Bye.
Bye. Thanks, Jack.
Good to see you, sweet. Have an amazing weekend.
Yeah, thank you, you too. Bye.
Lisa, I'm looking in Teams and I'm not seeing it. Oh, here it is. Let me tag her. Sweet's name here. There we go. All by myself.